And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time, we're doing it slightly late-ish. Apologies. I was watching my team play football. We won. We always win. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Amaechi is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Never freedom is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there you heard it, the farmyard quartet from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, 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 as guys, I bring you this. Buhari and Malami take National Assembly to Supreme Court over Section 8412 of the amended Electoral Act. So now they're still pushing very hard to get Abubakar Malami to hold on to his position as Attorney General, whilst also straddling the ticket for the Kebbi State House. So that permutation is still in play. He claims to have withdrawn his nomination form, but of course that form has already been submitted. So what does that withdrawal really mean? Because it can reignite that submission under the proviso, under the excuse that he withdrew it only really to pay homage to the law, which has now somewhat changed in his favor. So Buhari now backing up his Fulani Man Friday to rewrite Nigerian constitution for a permissiveness for the Fulanis. Buhari and Malami take National Assembly to Supreme Court over Section 8412 of the amended Electoral Act. So what's in play there, we find out shortly. So this now a follow-on to that headline. So this next headline somewhat justifies my preamble, my monologue just then. So this headline justifies that court fixes May 24th for clarification of appeal court's judgment on Section 8412. So this is it now. They are pushing very hard to May the 24th, of course. That is what? Next week, Tuesday. They are pushing very hard to get a judgment that will facilitate people holding on to their ministerial or appointed politically appointed positions while still bidding for an elective position. So all that's still in play. So we find out just how that judgment comes in and who it favors. Court fixes May the 24th for clarification of appeal court judgment on Section 8412. So how that plays out, we find out shortly. So these are somewhat a curiosity, everything a curiosity within the APC space and the wider Nigerian political space. Ruling APC postpones presidential aspirants screening to allow ex-President Jonathan others to submit form after deadline. So there it is right there. So we thought we had been and gone with the Operation Get Jonathan In, but it is a narrative that refuses to die a death or either natural or unnatural. So Jonathan still somewhat intimidating the space in the background. Ruling APC postpones presidential aspirants screening to allow ex-President Jonathan others to submit form after deadline. So the rules being bent, of course, but the rules always bent within Nigerian political space. So will he, won't he? But it looks as though he has now. Amaechi finally resigns from Buhari's cabinet. Attorney General Malami refuses to leave on deadline day. So this is that day now that the axe falls within the APC, and whose head comes off or who retains their head on their shoulders is what we're finding out. Still with Amaechi and the promises that it's making to the Nigerian space, I'll fight bandits, terrorists, other criminals to a standstill. This is Amaechi making the promise. Under his watch, of course, we know what happened to Kaduna Abuja train, and we know what his response is to that space. After that incident happened, the very next day he announced that he wants to be president. So that is the fight against banditry that you can anticipate under an Amaechi presidency. I'll fight bandits, terrorists, other criminals to stand still, a headline attributed to Rotimi Amaechi. So Tinubu now, we thought he had died a natural death for reasons of starting too early with this coming out to say he wants to be president. So we thought he would have run out of steam, but it looks as though new life being breathed into his candidature. We just heard El Rufai endorsing him, then on endorsing him. And in the earlier session, we went through a list of about 12 leading governors that signed his nomination form. Endorsement comes again. Tinubu most qualified to lead Nigeria as president, Gambari. So the Gambari, of course, the emir of Ilorin, Sulu Gambari, this is the person now giving this ringing endorsement. So one of the most seniors of the Fulani space has now come out to speak to the presidential race. Tinubu's hand he raises. Tinubu most qualified to lead Nigeria as president, a headline attributed to the Emir of Ilorin, Gambari. Oh, all right. Okay, I'll bring you one more. I'll bring you one more because sometimes the talking points are a bit too many. But let me bring you one more. This is a human interest narrative. So it's of single women praying for husbands. So this is more of a. There's a little caption, but it's more a video thing than something that needs to read out. So I'll play you the video in the course of the session. So that is the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on the like button, of course, and the subscribe as well. Then just lean back and let the session take over you. We come in via the Eastern Quarters as we partake in another Python dance.
Oh, you do I walk. Oh, Mary, oh, Mama Daora, Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. O Mary Wonelizu Ambiroya Abakare Mamanda Ora Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi.
And there it is right there. Just bear with me one moment. I'm just downloading that video of the women praying for husbands because it struck me as somewhat of a curiosity, and it is something that I want to bring to your attention to see what you are making of. Anyway, let me not say too much. Come on now, download you yam here. So just give me one moment. I should have done this prior, but then of course, you know, what would be the fun of that? So now I'm clicking on download now, but the thing is not picking it up. I may well just all right. Let's leave that for a moment. Let it settle into. Come on, you bastard. All right. Okay, let's get straight into it then. Buhari and Malami take National Assembly to Supreme Court over Section 8412 of the amended Electoral Act. President Mohamed Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami, SAN, have filed a suit against the National Assembly at the Supreme Court. In the lawsuit, which has the National Assembly as the sole respondent, the plaintiffs sought for an interpretation of the controversial Section 8412 in the Electoral Amended Act 2022. The plaintiffs are claiming that Section 8412 of the Electoral Act Amended 2022, which says that no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates or for any election is inconsistent with the provisions of sections, and then it goes on to quote a series of sections of the Constitution, as well let me take this entirely all over again. President Mohamed Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami SAN, have filed a suit against the National Assembly at the Supreme Court. In the lawsuit, which has the National Assembly as the sole respondent, the plaintiffs sought for an interpretation of the controversial Section 8412 of the Electoral Amended Act 2022. The plaintiffs are claiming that Section 8412 of the Electoral Amended Act 2022, which says that no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election, is inconsistent with a series of provisions of the Constitution as well as Article 2 of the African Charter on Human and People Rights. They also contended that the Nigerian Constitution already provides qualification and disqualification for the offices of the President and Vice President, Governor and Deputy Governor, Senate and House of Representatives, House of Assembly, Ministers, Commissioners, and Special Advisors. Some of the relief they sought include a declaration that the joint and or combined reading of sections, and then it quotes a series of sections of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, the provision of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act, which also ignores Section 84.3 of the same Act, is an additional qualifying and or disqualifying factors for the National Assembly, House of Representatives, and then it goes on to quote a series of legalists. There's a lot of sections being quoted, so I'm not going to bore you with all of the sections, but the upshot of it is that MALLAMBUHARI is suing the National Assembly to have laws amended for the benefit of Abubakar Malami. So onward we go, but still within that storyline. Court fixes May 24th for clarification of appeal court's judgment on Section 8412. So you recall that Section 8412 had been challenged at the Court of Appeal, but the Court of Appeal, although they found against Malami, because they said the person that instituted that lobbying expunged, he lacked locus, so it didn't have the local standee to initiate that lawsuit. But they went on to say that that lawsuit, that section 8412 was contrary to provisions within the Nigerian Constitution. So it looks as though the law courts now are looking to reinterpret that law. So that seems to be the space that we're in now. So that being the backdrop, just give me one moment. I'm just trying to copy this thing that I'm determined to download. That's why I'm talking so much, just to hold the space, and we don't have silence. So hopefully this now enables me to download it. After all that effort, I hope is worth the viewing. So that's the backdrop. Court fixes May 24th for clarification of appeal court's judgment on Section 8412. A federal high court in Abuja has fixed May the 24th for a hearing in a suit instituted against President Mohamed Buhari by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Section 84, 11, and 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. Iyan Gekwo, the presiding judge, fixed the date to enable parties in the suit to address him on the effect of the recent appeal court judgment, which ordered that Section 8412 be expunged for being unconstitutional. On March the 18th, a federal high court in Umuahia, Abia State, in a suit filed by Nduka Adede, a lawyer and member of the Action Alliance, ordered the Attorney General of the Federation to immediately delete the section on grounds that it violates the provisions of the Constitution. But in its ruling on Wednesday, May the 11th, the appellate court judges headed by Haman Bakar held that Evelyn Ayandike, judge of the Umuahia court, did not have the necessary jurisdiction to make such an order because the plaintiff did not have the locus to file the case in the first place. The appeal court, however, held that if the suit had been properly instituted, it would have ruled that the provision is unconstitutional because it violates sections 42(1)(a) of the Constitution and denies a class of Nigerians their right to participate in elections. At the resumed session on Monday, the judge asked the plaintiff represented at the resumed session on Monday, the judge asked the plaintiff represented by Joseph Dauda, a senior advocate of Nigeria, if the court can still proceed with the matter. Responding, Dauda answered in the affirmative, explaining that there is no issue of fundamental rights before the court. He said the appellate court held that Section 8412 contravened Section 42(1)(a) of the Constitution, which has to do with the fundamental rights of a certain class of citizens. He added that the fundamental rights were not amongst the issues before the court, hence the court can proceed. He noted that the appellate court also held that Section 8412 did not violate the provisions of the Constitution on requirements for qualification and disqualification, as the said portion of the Constitution concerns public servants, whom the court said are quite distinct from political appointees. The senior advocate of Nigeria added that the judgment of Justice Ayandike was set aside because the court lacked the jurisdiction to entertain the suit in the first place. However, Olade Pupo Okwesheyi, who represented President Buhari and the AGF, insisted there is no difference between the suits. After their submission, ECO advised the PDP to take a second look at its process and fix May the 24th for a hearing. In the suit marked blah, 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 the plaintiff is seeking a declaration that Buhari's power regarding lawmaking is limited to assenting to a bill of the National Assembly or withholding assent, and does not extend to giving conditional assent. The PDP also wants the court to hold that Section 8412 is constitutional and is to be enforced by INEC. So this is a somewhat convoluted and very much technical space of law. So anyway, we'll go through that in a moment. But what is happening essentially is that Abubakar Malami had procured a court judgment to expunge that Section 8412 from the Nigerian Constitution. Then somebody had, the PDP had got to the Court of Appeal to have that that judgment set aside. So he got that judgment to expunge that clause from the Constitution, and he then removed it from the Gazette of that Electoral Act. So they've then gone to appeal the judgment from Umuahia, which the appellate court said the Umuahia court lacked jurisdiction and the person who instituted the case lacks locus. So they didn't have enough of a status or a stake in the matter to have instituted that law case. So that is the locus. So the claimant lacked locus and the court lacked jurisdiction. So it was on that basis that the Court of Appeal set aside the judgment of the Umuahia court. But the Court of Appeal also then went on to add that the offending Article 8412 is unconstitutional, which then opens the space for it to be challenged properly to have it expunged. But PDP are already in court insisting that Article 8412 is constitutional and insisting that Abubakar Malami nor Buhari have the powers to expunge from the Constitution. So that lawsuit now, they are now going via the judgment of the of the appeal court to say if the judgment of the appeal court applies to their particular lawsuit. So it's a convoluted legal space anyway, but let me not bore you with the details too much. Let's move on to the next one. If we do land on that topic, and if anybody is interested to label it, I'm happy to have a conversation around that. But let's label this instead. Ruling APC postpones presidential aspirants screening to allow ex-President Jonathan and others submit forms after deadline. Nigeria's ruling party, the All Progressive Congress APC, postponed the screening of its presidential aspirant to May the 23rd to allow former President Goodluck Jonathan and others to submit their nomination forms after the deadline, correspondents learned. It was learned that the party had also told the screening committee that they were not to screen presidential aspirants. The screening was supposed to take place on Sunday, but was later postponed. The party had also closed the sale of expression of interest and nomination forms last Thursday, while the deadline for the submission of the forms was midnight on Friday. However, APC National Organizing Secretary Suleiman Agungu, in a statement on Saturday, announced that the screening of the presidential aspirants has been shifted to May the 23rd. The screening for the presidential aspirants, we have so far 28 aspirants. As you are all aware, some aspirants have started withdrawing their aspirations. By God's grace, on the 23rd of this month, those who are left will be screened properly, he had said. A party source, however, told correspondents on Monday that the action was taken to allow Jonathan to submit his nomination and expression of interest forms. They did that because they want to give room for Jonathan and a few others to submit their forms after the deadline, the source had said. The party has also told the screening committee that they are not to screen presidential aspirants. A northern coalition had purportedly purchased the APC presidential nomination and expression of interest forms for the former president. The forms were purchased days after Jonathan had asked his supporters to watch out after he was asked if he would contest. Correspondents' investigation later revealed that Jonathan had given Jigawa State Governor Mohammed Badaru 200 million naira to purchase the nomination and expression of interest forms for him and also for himself to deceive Nigerians. Jonathan was said to have already joined the Bayelsa chapter of the APC. So there it is right there. The rules continue to change within the APC. They still have till the end of this month to complete all of this. So tick-tock, the clock ticks. So tick-tock, onto this. Amaechi finally resigns from Buhari's cabinet. Attorney General Malami refuses to leave on deadline day. The Nigerian Minister of Transportation, ROTIMI Amaechi, has finally resigned from office. The minister's resignation is in line with the directive by President Muhammad Buhari to cabinet members with political ambitions. Buhari last Wednesday, at the end of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting in Abuja, directed members of his cabinet seeking political offices to resign on or before Monday, the 16th, 2022. Amaechi had declared to run for presidency in 2023. Emeka Nwaduabi, Minister of State for Education, who is also seeking to run for president in the next general elections, had resigned before the president's directive. Correspondents learned about Amaechi's resignation on Monday. Amaechi has finally resigned from office, a top source told correspondents. However, Amaechi's counterpart in the Ministry of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has refused to resign despite today, Monday, being the deadline. Correspondents also learned Malami, who is also the Attorney General of the Federation, had in April declared interest in the Kebbi state governorship race. However, last Friday, he pulled out of the Kebbi state governorship race. Multiple sources had told correspondents he had distributed over 200 executive vehicles to party members ahead of the governorship primary in the state. He had also submitted his 50 million naira party nomination form at the International Conference Center. Several sources close to the minister said he withdrew from the race over fear that he may not get the ticket. So there it is right there. We'll continue to suffer Abubakar Malami for a little while longer. But it looks as though finally now, we did report that he had resigned a few days ago, but then he resurfaces in that office. But yesterday, then we did the storyline that he said he was going to resign on Monday. And it looks as though finally now he has resigned. And still with Amaechi, I will fight bandits, terrorists, other criminals to a standstill. Rotimi Amaechi still. Rotimi Amaechi, an All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirant, says fighting insecurity in Nigeria is his foremost priority if he is elected as president. In a statement on Monday in Abuja, Mr. Amaechi, who visited the Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council in Yanagoa, said the solution to crime was to give people responsibility and make them have their source of income. Once people have a source of income, crime will reduce. So the solution to crime is to create jobs and create a source of revenue, because if you don't create that source of revenue for them, they will create it for themselves. So this is his answer to Boko Haram: give them jobs. He identified land reclamation as a critical factor in the development of Bayelsa, just as he assured that he would massively reclaim land to attract development in the region. So I come to you with full knowledge of the Niger Delta as one who has governed the Niger Delta. If given the opportunity to be president of Nigeria, I will reclaim lands in Yenagoa to enable the people of Bayelsa own lands with the support of the federal government. I assure you that if given the opportunity to serve our country, there shall be changes and there will be progress. I assure you that you will be of special interest to the federal government, Amaechi had said. In his remark, the chairman of Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers, Baba Raye Agada, the 10th, expressed the council's delight to receive the presidential aspirant. Similarly, the Bayelsa APC chairman, Dennis Otiotio, said they were happy to welcome Mr. Amaechi because he stood for them in their days of challenges. So that's Amaechi then telling you that he will create jobs for Boko Haram. This is what he's saying. Tinubu are most qualified to lead Nigeria as president, Gambari. The Emir of Ilorin, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Zulu Gambari, has said that the national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the most qualified person to lead Nigeria now. I have been praying for him for this position before now, and now that he has declared his intention, we shall continue to pray for him privately and publicly. Allah will grant him his wish. Speaking on Monday, when the Southwest for Tinubu Swagger 2023 and North Central Agenda paid him a courtesy call to seek his support for the presidential ambition of Tinubu, His Royal Majesty Emir Zulu Gambari said Tinubu has touched the lives of so many Nigerians positively and prayed that his ambition will come to reality. Earlier, the leader of Swagger 2023, Senator Dayo Adeyeye, had briefed the respected monarch about the purpose of the movement and what it intends to achieve in mobilizing support for the former Lagos State Governor and National leader of APC. In Adeyeye's entourage, are the facilitators of swagger. So then it then goes on to give us a list of names, which I'm not going to bore you with because there's none that especially pops out. But that is our Tinubu's train continues to birth at so many ports. So Tinubu's train continues to birth at so many ports. I wonder if I should bring you one more. Okay, let me bring you one more Tinubu storyline, and then I'll come in and play you that video, and then we'll see if there's anybody there to take on the talking points. 2023, Tinubu won't get automatic presidential ticket, SDP. So a lot of people have been permutating that the SDP is Tinubu's plan B. So to that space now, the party speaks. 2023, why Tinubu won't get automatic presidential ticket, SDP. Following the speculation that the national leader and frontline presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is planning to decamp to the Social Democratic Party SDP, the party has, however, said that there is no automatic ticket for Tinubu and other aspirants who may be willing to contest for elective positions on the party's platform. The party, who stated this at a press conference by its acting national chairman, Chief Shukwo Shonibare, said nonetheless, the party would provide succor for aggrieved aspirants from other parties. Shonibare said that whilst those who felt cheated in other political Shonibare said whilst those who felt cheated in other political parties could come and join the SDP to pursue their political ambitions in 2023, they should be ready to submit themselves to stringent conditions. On the issue of Asiwaju Tinubu, the last time I checked, he was not a member of the SDP. I checked on the list because the membership list of our party is, as INEC has required, has already been submitted by our state chapters in Abuja. His name is not amongst those who are members of our party in Lagos State. That's all I can say. He is not a member of the SDP. He, however, said that Tinubu or any other aspirant from other registered political parties interested to join the party were welcome. Yes, we welcome anyone who felt cheated by other political parties, but must be consistent with integrity. If he, Tinubu, comes, it won't be automatic. What we would emphasize is consistency with integrity within the public officer. Also, anyone who is controversial, rated low, or with baggage, who doesn't have integrity will not be allowed. SDP leadership does not want the party to be an opportunistic vehicle, he said. Shonibare maintained that the party would only give consideration to individuals cheated by his party, or by their party, that should say, but not to anyone in controversial circumstances. So that is somewhat an open window still for Tinubu within the SDP. So that's that. Jake, I see you, Charles. Babati, I see you. I thought we were not seeing you for a while anymore, Babati. Babakure, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Ajan Lekoko, I see you. And Ete, I see you. Good to have you all, gentlemen. So let's get straight to it then, and let's kick it off then with Babati. Babati. So now this possibility, they've been actually. Let me hold on. Let me actually play this video, which I've been trailing for so long. So I've managed to download this. So let me just play it really just out of the effort that it took me to. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Baba T, what are you making of that?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Go Celtics, go! We won yesterday, and it was exciting.
No, don't worry, we won today as well. I was watching football and my team won. We beat Arsenal 2-0, so that pleases me. But
Arsenal, that's sad.
So you are a Newcastle fan?
I'm a Newcastle fan.
Oh, I'm Man City.
Yes.
Yimba, yeah, go and watch Yimba will be United. But anyways,
be United, uprooting.
Anyways,
Yes.
Unknown to many in that congregation, those so-called single women, they're actually single because of that same church. That is the reason why they are single. So that's not even, but that's a different. Well, let's even go into it now. The way people look at church today, especially if you're a red pill man. I hope most people in here understand what a red pill man is.
I don't. For the benefit of.
Okay, so pretty much a red pill man is very high valued. He understands women.
All right. Okay.
He understands, the stake and the manipulation, pretty much. So, and he's very territorial. So when you have women like this, they're very vulnerable to manipulation of the church. He does not want to compete with the pastor. So they won't get the kind of man they want. So people like that in this kind of environment, they get into hookups from the church, of course, because God told the pastor so, to hook them up with this kind of man. So they get into those kind of entanglements. So I don't take, if you're a very attractive woman and you play your cards right, you don't need a church or any pastor to start.
You say attractive women, but look at them. They're young and attractive, I would say.
Right.
You wouldn't expect this sort of women to need help to find a husband.
Yeah, but you got to understand that the nature of women in the single ministry in the church has changed over the years. Before, you were raised in the church as a woman, right? So when a guy comes in, they can say, "Oh, we know her from 20 years ago, 15 years ago." This woman just came in like 3-4 weeks ago. You can tell they were never raised in that church. They've played the field outside, obviously. They've had their fun. Now they're looking for a sucker, AKA Mr. Nice Guy, to pick up the baggages and all the stuff they've done. Come on, look at the one even before. You can tell that she was. You can tell now. Come on,
it looks more like Ron's girls.
Yeah, if you know, you know. If you've been out there, you know. All this, once they've had their fun outside, they'll come to church looking for a nice guy to sucker up. And if you're a good guy with no game, I'm not saying you should not be a Christian and believe in God, but even a Christian brother, like I tell my brothers, you gotta have game, man. You gotta have some street game so you understand the way women work. If you don't have that, you're gonna get played. So all these kind of women coming to saying carry whatever they're carrying, they go. They are looking for a sucker to pick up whatever they've done. So they've been out there, had all their fun, and they're there in the church to pick up a nice guy to to marry. So hopefully, guys.
All right, but it's just because when they say single woman, you have certain expectations. Some scriptural union, sort of heavily sedated, sort of looking person. But that wasn't what we saw. We saw they were almost like babes. Those ones.
You can tell, like if you make up and they'll be good to go. You can tell that. Yes. You can tell that they. So you can tell that they've been out there. They're not your typical church girl. And even the so-called church girl is not what you think it is anymore. I don't subscribe to. If anybody asks me, like, "Oh, I'm looking for a wife," I'm like, "Bro, church is the last place to find any wife in this modern era. Don't even bother going to any church to go find you any wife."
I've always said to people that if you don't find your partner in university, you struggle somewhat, because when you come into the open market, it's a different space.
I agree somewhat, but I will also disagree slightly, because I've always said, in my own opinion, a man should not even think of marriage before 30 years old, 32, 33. That's when you should start thinking, because at that time, your third leg is not the one doing the thinking. You're more mature to pick. When you're in your 20s, your third leg is still making some decisions for you in terms of attraction. But when in your 30s, you should be established, know what you're doing, have your business, have your things together, so that when you make that choice, you have an option to pick from. You are not, you're not begging any girl, buying 12 flowers every day, calling you. Actually, you are the catch at this point. You get my point? Because you're established. So I would say no man should even think about marriage in their 20s. That should be time you're putting in the work and the effort to build yourself as a man. That way, when you are I go to weddings. I'm 6'3", bro. I'm 6'3", 240 pounds. When I walk into any room, I don't do that much talking. I'm just being honest with you guys.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
No.
It's probably some fat boy pointing on. But look at this guy. Even somebody as handsome as myself, I'm not that boastful. Look at this guy. Look at everybody making themselves up.
Are you intimidating us? Are you intimidating us?
No,
I'm saying that I'm an educated brother. I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3". I played sport in college. Come on now. When I walk in with my tuxedo suit, I don't have to say that much. Bro, you know what time it is. They want your boy. You know what I'm saying? They want me. And I know that. You know what I mean? So I don't have to say that much. So you have to build yourself as a man.
It's time for you to get yourself a wife and settle down, my man. You're not as young as you once was.
Pray for me, man. They're just too much. I can't help myself.
No, don't worry. It gets to a point where every player has to hang up his boots. Hang up your boots.
I know. I need to try. Now I'm teaching the younger ones to get that game on. But on a more serious note, a man has to get his body right. His financials right. I don't believe in all these women that go diggers anything. It's just a natural thing for them to find a nest. So you have to provide that nest, and you have to have those things. Social proof. That means if a woman walks into a room with you, you earn that respect. Like she wants to be with a winner, so you have to be a winner first. You have to earn those things as a man, and I think that in your 20s is the best time to do that. Now, when you're in your 30s and you're well established, then you can think about marrying. Then you're more mature to make a better choice and to find a younger woman. By the way, 24, 25. Give you like a 7-8 year gap. Fresh meat out of the kitchen. Just fresh young one.
No, settle down.
Yeah,
This is not that kind of show.
Let's move on.
Let me move you quickly on back to the politics of it. So quickly, so now. Ruling APC postpones presidential aspirant screening to allow ex-president Jonathan others to submit form after deadline. So that Jonathan game, we thought it was already something that's been and gone, but it looks as though it's something that continues to bubble in the background. So they were meant to have submitted their form by Friday, but they've moved it now to the 23rd, which is almost a week more to allow that grace period for people to submit. So this Jonathan, it continues to loom over that space like a dark cloud.
I think at this point, we can all agree that we now know who the anointed candidate of Buhari is. I think it's more, at this point, we can all safely say that the so-called anointed individual that has been speculated over the years, over the weeks, is Goodluck. And it's a backdoor channel. So, but my own worry, not even about the primaries, is I'm looking forward to his first interview. Oh man,
good luck, Jonathan.
Yes, I'm looking because it's been denying and you just sneak into the back door. So I want him to look us in the eye and justify this nonsense. That is what I want to hear. How are you going to sneak in the last minute after denying for years to the point saying that even the form was not from you? And we now hear that you give somebody 20 million naira or whatever to buy something, behind the scenes. So he has to come out in the public and justify.
I never knew it was this slimy, I used to think it was a stand-up guy.
But that's my point. No, and what is even more deciding that you're a former president, you should have some balls at this point. You know what I mean? Like, you're not new to the game. You should have some balls at this point. If you want it, just tell us you want it. Let us know where you stand. You're not going to die for it. So what I'm looking forward to is his first interview. And this way, let me even push this further. One man, let me push this further. I would not be surprised if Goodluck does not grant a single interview before the primaries.
Or you go and do soft. You go and do soft sell interview with Sheun
or some AIT guy or whatever somewhere. I will not be surprised if he does not even do before the primaries. I would not be surprised if he does that. The man has no integrity, clearly has no class. And I don't even know at this point what is running, including Loria. I don't get it at this point. So I am looking forward to his first interview where a credible individual can actually ask him why he chose this route and why he's joining the APC. These are questions he needs to answer. Because to me, the only way, like I mentioned before on this platform, is for him to be some kind of consensus candidate. There cannot be a primaries where I see him winning. I don't see it. Maybe other people in this panel see it. I don't see how he wins the APC primaries. Now, if he's being pushed, now, one man, this is my concern. If Goodluck is being pushed to the point where the party is actually extending the window, that means they already have their game plan mapped out already. And they're going to pull the rug on a lot of people during the primaries. And that is what I'm actually looking forward to, because there has to be some kind of game plan for him to come out this last minute. You see my point? There has to be some kind of backdoor agreement, even amongst the candidates, for Goodluck. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But before that, I'm looking forward to him sitting down on national TV and justifying whatever game he's playing. Because I don't get it at this point.
Because he's not been traveling around to canvass delegates, as we have been seeing everybody doing.
Yeah.
So they cannot claim that delegates voted for him because he's not been around to canvass delegates.
Right.
But there is a clause that I don't know. There's going to be some sharp knives drawn on that day in the next few.
In all honesty, if we're to be fair and not be sentimental to our tribes, the only three people that have been actually campaigning in the APC will be mostly Tinubu, somewhere Osinbajo and Amaechi. They've been the one making the rounds.
We've not seen Yaya Bello anywhere.
Yeah, I've not seen Yaya Bello go to any country. I've not seen other people move around that much. So that tells you there's a game plan. And like I said before on this panel, there's going to be multiple rounds in the so-called primaries. But like, look at what was concerning about El-Rufai the other day. El-Rufai had hosted Tinubu in his office, and it was all smile and whining. And next thing we know, Amaechi shows up and it's a complete 180. So those kind of games is what I'm looking forward to. Goodluck there is no way. This is woman. I am praying.
Goodluck can only get that ticket as a consensus candidate.
That's my thing, because how do you win without meeting any delegate in any state? How does that even happen in a political party?
Can I come in?
Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on. Let Babakure come in first, and then.
Like me, the way I read what is going on now is that definitely they want to. That is my own opinion anyway. I think the northern part of Nigeria is playing a very big game that will shock everybody. They want to push, based on my own opinion anyway, they want to push Goodluck Jonathan to be the candidate for APC. Now, technically, Atiku Abubakar will be the president for PDP, candidate for PDP. Now, when two of them want to vote now, Atiku is going to win the election. So then definitely it's going to go back to the north.
Yeah, no, we said that here before, Goodluck Jonathan is an Atiku Abubakar strategy.
Because in the game, that's what we said. Yeah.
Because we won't have any say, because you want it to be pushed to the south, where we push the ticket to the south now. Goodluck Jonathan is from the southern part of Nigeria, so we push it to the south. So will you complain again if Goodluck Jonathan do not win? No. So that is what I read to that anyway.
Because they know that the Southwest will feel betrayed. the East will feel betrayed. And there's no way he's going to win against an individual like Atiku. Atiku will even get more votes in the Southwest, like one man.
Especially if Atiku has Peter Obi as his running
right.
mate.
So yeah, so that means, and like we said before on this panel, I think Buhari, being a bigot and a tribalist, is willing to sacrifice APC. Remember, it was a CPC man. He's willing to sacrifice the merger for a Fulani man to emerge. I think it's that cynical that to the point where it will sacrifice APC as a political movement to have a Northerner come back into office. I think it's that crazy, and he will do it.
Babatini, do you think that somebody like Jonathan will come out to openly get a form for APC and not be guaranteed the candidacy? It's impossible.
That's my point I was making.
Whether they do it direct consensus or whatever, if Jonathan enters there, he's going to be the one they're going to give. He doesn't need to move any state. He doesn't need to move anything. The cabal has already done all those things for him. He doesn't need to do anything for him to even agree to all those things. This politician, they discuss 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night now. They've already decided everything they want to decide. They're just playing with us here.
I agree with you.
There's another thing I want to chip in. You see, nobody is saying Atiku is going to get that APC. It's going to be a shocker for everybody. You will see it. That Atiku might even you will see it. Do you know what I said so? Do you know what I said so?
Yeah.
I said so because of we have people like Wike in the South. Wike has already gotten that party before Atiku returned. Wike has that party. Forget about this thing, what they call it, unifier stuff that they are pushing with Atiku. I'm telling you now, it's either between Wike or Peter Obi, which is going to even be difficult for Peter Obi if Wike really wants it. Because you've forgotten that Atiku left PDP for a period of time. And Wike was the one running the shots there. He has everybody. He has the dollars. He can match Atiku for the dollars. He has the money.
Hold on there. Hold on. When Atiku came back, he defeated him in the last primary in Port Harcourt. He defeated him.
That one, he was not serious. He was not serious.
He's a founding member. He's a founding member of PDP. I don't think you get that at all. He's a founding member of PDP.
He's a founding member of PDP. He left.
He defeated all of them. Wike candidates.
They gave Atiku 2019 this ticket because of they felt he had a chance to defeat Buhari because they were both Northerners.
Wike is a local champion.
The mood. You don't know the mood right now in Nigeria. The mood right now in Nigeria is they don't want anything North.
So Wike
they don't want anything North.
That one is the one I would come on, man.
No, I'm not saying that the people in Nigeria are wanting Wike. But I'm telling you,
so you think the delegates are in the same mood with you? The delegates, the
delegate goes for the best option now.
Primaries first.
Right now, yes, I'm telling you now. We're discussing primaries, obviously. Okay. Right now, Atiku is not really liked right now. Atiku is not liked. All this one was saying if they give Jonathan, then Atiku will come. It's just fallacy. Nobody wants a Fulani man again. You will see it in.
What do you mean nobody?
Even in the north. I'm telling you, even in the north central, they don't want a Fulani man.
I disagree.
Even in the north central,
that's not true.
You will see it. You will see when Atiku gets PDP ticket. That's when the campaign will go from a Fulani to a Fulani.
Hold on. Don't build yourself up for a disappointment, because politics in Nigeria is very tribal. The North, they want to continue to hold on to power. They are not fed. How can they be fed up with them being in government? They are not fed up of it, of course. They want to hold on to it.
That is the problem when we say the North. Not the North. The Northwest want to hold on to power and the cabal, not the entire North. There's a large chunk of the Is Kogi going to go for Atiku?
Of course.
But Kogi is not going to go for Atiku. Kwara is not going to go for Atiku.
They will go for Atiku. They will go for Atiku over Goodluck Jonathan now.
No. I'm telling you that if it comes down to the lesser evil, Goodluck Jonathan is going to defeat Atiku. Why?
And by the way, Atiku is not the offending Fulani. Buhari is the offending Fulani.
In Nigeria, do we have offending anything? Is it not everything is tribal? Is everything not generalized in Nigeria? When you see
where would Goodluck get the vote from? Where would Goodluck get the vote from? Give me numbers. Where will his vote come from? If it goes against Atiku.
If it goes against Atiku.
Yeah, give me that where his vote will come from.
His vote will come from the south, obviously.
From
the north central.
No, we have to.
He's going to get the north central.
Wait. Let's slow down. We have 6 regions. I break it down for me by region. Goodluck, Atiku. No, it's very important though. Break it down to me where Goodluck.
Goodluck will not get Yoruba land, so you can remove Yoruba land.
I mean, this is easy. How
you will not get Yoruba land?
Then Atiku will get Yoruba land.
No way.
If a Yoruba man does not get the APC ticket, Atiku will get Yoruba land. There's a good chance of him. What interest will they have if they don't, after all they have done and invested in the party?
The Yoruba land might even go for a party like SDP. Because we're just assuming that every region is going to vote for APC and PDP.
Yeah, you may well be right.
If that kind of atrocity happens,
my question. You're dodging my question. I said
I'm not dodging your question. I'm telling you that.
Break it down. Wait.
Okay.
Break it down by region. We have 6 political. Now, give me a scenario where you see Goodluck against Atiku winning by region. Go.
Okay. Goodluck is going to get South. Goodluck is going to get Southeast. Why I said Goodluck, even though they bring Peter Obi as his running mate, the Southeast now don't want to hear anything Fulani. They've already been bombarded with the Fulani narrative. So they are not going to even accept their brother being a second fiddle to a Fulani, because they will push a narrative of this slave mentality to their voters. Now, Goodluck is going to get North Central. Goodluck also is going to get Northwest, because obviously it's the cabal that is bringing it in. And the cabal is the Northwest, and they are bringing it in to secure the position for the next 4 years. So he's going to get Northwest. Now, Atiku is just going to get Northeast and probably share some few states in the North Central. That's all. He's not going to get Southeast. He's not going to get South. And I feel
how much do you think the VP Goodluck chooses will affect that what you just said? What do you think it will pick that his slide is going to be a Fulani that can get what you just said? Because he has to pick somebody from the north, right? Obviously.
He's going to pick Zulum now. Is it not Zulum they are grooming for vice president? And if he picks Zulum is liked already in the north. He's liked already around the north. Even where, I'm even saying Atiku has a base, when in the northeast. Zulum is from the northeast. He's going to even share it.
So they will have okay, we shall see. But that's a very interesting scenario. I don't see it happening.
Prophet.
No, it's the thing now, because there's no way you will say Yoruba will vote for PDP.
Cabo, Prophet.
Didn't they vote? No. Didn't they vote for PDP in 1903? They've done it before.
Not when they feel betrayed.
It's nothing new.
Not when they feel betrayed. 1999, did they vote for PDP? They didn't vote for PDP now.
I'm saying 03 for Obasanjo. I'm saying, you said they
voted for Obasanjo because obviously he was going against a northerner. Obviously, they were going to vote for Obasanjo.
That's not the way black people vote. That's not true.
That one is a lie.
No, that's not.
If Obasanjo was going against another Yoruba man, they were going to vote for that other Yoruba man.
They did.
It's because it's because of he was going against Buhari. Was he not going against Buhari? He was now.
So you telling me that a Goodluck Zulum ticket will beat an Atiku without B ticket in Nigeria in next year? That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay.
Why I say so?
I
say so is because of people don't want a northerner to inherit.
You can't say that now. Do those people include the northerners?
Exactly. Who are these people he's talking of? I don't get. You say people. Who are these people?
When you say hold on, they include the northerners. The northerners don't want to be. They don't want to be the president anymore. They don't want to be the president.
No, see, let me tell you why. Because they know that if they become president straight like that, it's going to be an issue for them because they'll be paving way from when a southerner climb there. He doesn't care. It will be south. So they are them to then know that it's not going to be good for them politically. It should just be after they leave. Another northerner comes because they can't complain.
I'm not going to say that is naive, but it is fanciful. What you are saying, I won't say it's naive, but it's fanciful.
The North wants a break.
No, they don't want any break. What do you mean they want a
break?
Do
you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean by that? I said they want a break because they can't complain. The northerners now can't complain because he's their man.
So if
Atiku comes again, how will they complain?
So
if Atiku comes, what will they say?
Okay. One at a time, please. But have you seen the development in Kano and Kaduna recently? What have they got to complain about? They've transformed Kaduna completely, Kano completely. But let's hear from Thomas, and then we go back to Babati.
I think you are getting it wrong, my brother. If Boko Haram wipe away half of Kano today, if a Fulani man come on the ticket come 2023, they will still vote for him. What are you saying? They will jettison their own for another region? No, my brother. No. It is not going to
jettison. Did they not jettison their own Fabiola? Did they not jettison? You are doing like it never happened before. Did they not jettison their own Fabiola?
You are not getting it. You are not getting it.
That was a
what you're saying is that the northerners will never vote against their own, but they've done it before in the past.
30 years ago.
Did they not do it in the past?
That's the old Nigeria. We discussed.
To be fair, they did it in 2011 as well.
There's nothing like old Nigeria. There's nothing like old new Nigeria. Look, these people, they want to talk. They want to have free mouth to talk. Immediately, Goodluck Jonathan comes again. That's when you see the activism will wake up.
Goodluck Jonathan is their savior.
I know that
he did more for them. He did more for them than Buhari did.
Goodluck Jonathan is another savior.
I'm not campaigning for Jonathan. No, please.
Are you not?
Yes, you are.
I'm not campaigning for Jonathan. I'm a Peter Obi fan. I'm not campaigning for Jonathan. But if Peter Obi goes against Jonathan, he's going to win hands down.
So let me get this straight. According to your logic, Goodluck will win Southwest if you just APC. According to your logic.
No, I didn't say that. Like
you did now.
I didn't say that.
Don't deny.
This is what I said. I said that Southwest might go for a third choice, like SDP.
What? No.
That's what I said. Now,
don't. No. Let's leave. Come on now.
No, see, I said you're just assuming that every region must vote for APC and PDP, which is wrong.
I'm saying that. The Nigeria political reality is that pretty much we have PDP and APC. All this SDP, HRDP, so it's just
no. See,
let's be honest.
Who's on the ticket of SDP now?
Yeah, who's the one running for SDP? What is SDP?
I'm not sure, but I did bring just this story. The SDP somewhat keeping their ticket open for Tinubu. That seems to be the reading.
But one man, remember there was a time ago I mentioned that story like a few months back that was kind of the possibility of him going to STB to run. But I don't even see the viability of that happening. But
he cannot win election there.
exactly, that's just the reality of
And he will never go there.
Space. So, but let's keep this to APC and PDP. All this SDP, NNCP, and
Ete will be on the ticket of SDP.
Yoruba
will vote for him.
for president.
Vote for him.
From talking with love.
And NTA political party, all these mushroom party that nobody's ever heard of.
They're not mushroom. They are not mushroom. They have their own.
What do they have right now? Give me their political pool that they've won.
See, the problem now is that okay, these people that
all right. I don't want to labor this space too long, but I'll round off that, and then I want to move about on. But just round off thoughts on that space, yeah.
Okay, these people that are vying for position that are going to be aggrieved when they leave the party, where would they go to? It's not to go and form a third choice. Is that not how a second big party came as APC? So the Tinubu and the Amaechi, they can go and form a third choice. You don't know, and it might be strong enough. So we cannot just assume that it's only APC and PDP. The political race is there's still more drama to happen, more drama that will shock people.
Very soon.
All right, that we all agree on. There's still more drama to come. It's just, in fact, it's still just completely unpredictable. So close to we're like what, 2 weeks to the primaries, and you don't even have a sense of where anything is going. Usually, we'll be able to narrow it to about 2-3 people. But now we've narrowed it to Tinubu, Amaechi, and Osinbajo. But then Goodluck Jonathan comes in. But no. Round of your thoughts on that space, Babati, and then I want to take you to Tinubu, who has been endorsed by the Emir of Ilorin Gambari. So is there a re-energizing of his campaign? Is the question?
Right. So the this is the thing. Just to say, I appreciate Ete's effort to push this narrative that we are not buying on this platform at this point. By the way, that's the caveat. At this point, it's very fluid. It might change, but I think back to Tinubu's issue. I think let's just be clear. Tinubu is pretty much batting the cabal. It's Tinubu versus cabal right now in the APC right now. That is the war going on. So what he's doing is building up his own, but his approach right now is my concern. Because it feels like more like a general election campaign as opposed to politicking in the APC space. You see what I'm saying? It's like the way his campaign is like he's running for president already. Like he's guaranteed the post. Like everybody in that APC for some reason is behaving like they have this thing in their pockets. I don't know who's assuring the 28 people that they're going to get the same ticket. So something is wrong with that. But Tinubu going to those political. Is playing the old-fashioned, the conventional political play in the Nigerian space. You know what I mean? Go to those Obas and the rural. He's playing that game, but I think that one is more suited for general elections. I think he needs to go for the delegates now. If it's money or whatever he can do, that should be where he's going. Not all these kings, because those kings don't vote, and unfortunately, in my opinion, they cannot persuade the delegates to vote for one man. Is the money.
But the optics is part of it, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
the optics.
But when it comes to delegates in Nigeria, in the political party, there is money. Forget optics. Is who can pay more. That's what it should be focused on. I know it's not right when I say it, but it's the reality of the Nigerian political setting. So I think it's good for him if he gets a ticket in the long run, because that means he's built enough political capital to move on into the general election. So he has less to do as we move towards May for election. But I'm saying that right now it should be more focused on the delegates, because there is more going on behind the scenes than just meeting one king that is not going to affect the votes. Those kings don't have that much leverage over those delegates. So
but all the candidates, though, they've been touring all the royal houses in Nigeria.
They've been doing that, but he's been doing way more than I thought. Way more than I thought. So I think the opposite is okay, like you said, but you should focus more on the delegates. Get those guys to buy in. Like the one in Kaduna was very concerning to me, for you to have those people come in and see you one day and the next minute they're already switching or talking about Amaechi being somebody, that was kind of like troubling. So you should pay more attention to those guys than all these royal kings and whatever. They don't move any needles in my moment. Yeah.
Babati, how many states has Tinubu visited for this campaign?
Quite a lot. There
I don't
was
know,
a time it was never
it's more than everybody else.
It's not more than everybody else, so because Peter Obi has visited 35 states.
We are discussing APC, for God's sake. We're not discussing PDP. Stay focused, my brother. We are discussing APC. The question was APC. I'm not discussing PDP.
How come? Sorry, Ete. You know, if I share, let me share something with you, Ete. If you've ever wondered where I get these things that I read out, it's from this space. Let me share it with you. Essentially the bulk of the news that I bring to you is from this website. It's called News Now UK, and it's the Nigerian space. So this is the Nigerian space. So if you look at the latest news right here, it gives you the latest news that is happening in Nigeria. Within the last 10 minutes, it's always refreshing. So pretty much what is happening up to date. This is where I get it's very precise and very rare that you see Peter Obi. Peter, how come he's not making the headlines? How come nobody's talking about him? How come
made
nobody
the
cares?
headline throughout yesterday, one man. He made the headlines throughout yesterday.
Why didn't we discuss him?
Sokoto. He visited Sokoto now.
Why didn't we discuss him if he made the headlines?
You didn't want to see him.
But I told you where I get the news from now. If it's not in the news,
that is a biased site, anti-Nigerian site. That is anti-Nigerian site.
Wait, time out. Wait. Like I said here before, you have to be interesting as an individual in the political space. He's not interesting enough, sadly.
Nobody cares about him.
Enough. He's the only one that has organic followers. So
forget organic and tomato. That's what the problem. Forget
Look at this guy.
It's the elites that's the problem. They are trying to push him down because they know they're not going to benefit.
Okay. Go and ask the average man on the street about if you just type in Tinubu, you see the news that will just pop up.
It's a lie. They're happy. Peter Obi is now radio choice. Peter Obi is now all the radios is not radio choice. It's not Twitter choice. Even AIT had to bring down the poll because of Peter Obi was winning 80% everywhere. People are talking about him right now in Nigeria.
Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself.
It's the truth. See, I'm not lying to myself. It's the truth.
Can you even win? No.
You don't want to see it. You know when you don't want to see something, you won't see it.
All right, thank you. You'll be put out of your misery in 12 days' time. The 28th. This time next week.
I like him. Like before on this show, like I said, it's my candidate of choice on this program. I said that it's my candidate of choice. Peter Obi is my candidate of choice. But there's more to politics than being smart and being articulate and having the knowledge.
So if he wins the ticket, will you support him?
Hold on.
Yes, of course. That's my position. I've not changed on that one. That's my guide now. I've said that before on this program. It's my choice.
Don't change the goalpost.
No. One man can vouch for my position.
No, people actually like Peter Obi. Even I like him. Everybody likes him, but
I don't hate him. But there's more to it.
It's just lightweight. It's lightweight.
Yes, there's more to it than just having those skills. That people's skills, he lacks it. That's my point. You can't compare him to even with Fauci, that kind of personality.
He's probably at that level. It's a Fauci level politician.
So that's my point. It's not about what he knows. He's very brilliant. Like people like what's that former CBN governor guy, the young guy from
Mogado.
Yeah, very smart guy, but the man is boring. He's too nerdy from my opinion. He cannot, he's not a people person like that. They will be my ID choice for the post, but they don't have that it factor.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in. Let's hear from Meadowman, yeah, come in.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
How you all doing?
We're good.
Yeah, Ete, my brother, I feel your enthusiasm. But with all these things going on in Nigeria, one man was saying that nothing is predictable, but I think differently. I think it's very, very predictable. You forget Goodluck Jonathan, forget Osinbajo, forget everybody. It's going to be Atiku on one side and Tinubu on the other side. That is what it's going to end up being. I don't even, what I don't understand yet is what Goodluck Jonathan is. I mean, why his name is popping up. Because I don't see him winning an election in Nigeria, even if he becomes a candidate. So what I think is it is going to be, unfortunately for Nigeria, it's going to be Atiku and Tinubu. That is what we should be calculating, who beats who in the general election.
You see,
all this other,
very smart take by middleman. Very smart.
If it's Atiku and Tinubu, then we're back where we started from. So it's this is where we came in. We came in that it was going to be Atiku and Tinubu, and then we were interrupted by Peter Obi and ROTIMI, Amaechi and Osinbajo. But then we go back. We ended up where we started.
because if we didn't have them, you know, the platform would be boring. Nigerian politics, we needed to have them so that we have things to talk about. But we can dream all we want. Unfortunately, it's going to be Atiku and Tinubu at the end of the day.
Why, hold on, Charles. Why do you think that, and why do you think that it is unfortunate? So why have you concluded that, and why do you find it unfortunate?
Because the delegates are going to decide right now, not the people. So the delegates are bought. Tinubu being endorsed by whoever, it is money talking. He's just burning it. And why it is unfortunate, I was hoping this will be a new chapter for Nigeria. You know, a breakaway from the old guard. That is why I think it is unfortunate. We should be breaking away from the old guard and moving forward. Because these people being there, we are going to, you know, their influence will still linger in the Nigerian polity for a long time. And I don't think that, I mean, it has not been good in the past, so I don't see how it's going to be good in the future. So that is why I think it's unfortunate.
Do you think the new guard, do you think they are ready to straddle Nigeria the way it is now? Because I am of the thought that the way Nigeria is now, it probably still needs one of the old guards to have that cleansing.
For a few more cycles, yes.
Yes. Cycles, yeah. I don't think somebody like Peter Obi can handle Nigeria the way it is now.
No, you're thinking like a typical Nigerian.
No, I think
let's not discount the realities of the Nigerian political.
Yeah, I'm not discounting it. But thinking that we need the new guard to navigate us from here onwards is thinking like a typical Nigerian. You have to be a big man. You have to be heavyweight. You have to have stolen a lot of money and be, you know, these guys have brought us here. So, I mean, I don't see how they can, you know, be a part of the solution in the real sense of it. I don't see how they can navigate us. I understand what you say what do you mean when you say you know, they could be necessary to navigate Nigeria, the polity at this moment. But maybe we need a new approach, a brand new. I mean,
then middleman also.
I have a question for middleman. Middleman, I have a question.
Hold on, Nate. Hold on.
So what should be, if that is true, then middleman, then show what should be trending. If you've turned the
then show exactly.
So why is
my point exactly. Because Nigerians are thinking like Nigerians. That is the thing.
We're not there yet. That's my point. We're not
there yet. Yes, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
If you take aside,
how do you know that? All the way from America, you're talking about reality, and we are not there yet from America. What do you know about the real situation on ground in Nigeria?
Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, who's that? Oh, Rabbi. It's Rabbi.
One man, I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Go on. Yeah, ask the question. That's to middleman. Yeah.
Yeah, to middleman. You see, 2014, 2015, there was opinion polls run in Nigeria, and he found out that majority of Nigerians wanted Buhari. It was in fact 2015, 2014. The same opinion poll that was run then was run now. And Peter Obi is winning landslide out of all the candidates.
Abandon this Peter Obi.
But yet, we are discarding the same opinion polls that brought Buhari. Is it that we just don't want to accept that the change is
No. Let me explain that. Let me answer that. You see, opinion poll. Why I say Peter Obi stands little or no chance right now is because that those that give their opinions for that poll are not the people that we decide. When has these people ever considered opinion poll? If they ever considered opinion poll, Nigeria will not be the way it is today.
It has been accurate since 2011.
Sorry, I think you're missing the point. Ete is referring to the popularity of the candidates, which is what people are understand.
Yes.
Just wait. Not the fact that the delegates. Obviously, I get your point.
So what was the choice of the opinion polls popularity something online in 2019? Was it not?
No, it was not.
That was not the flavor of 2019.
Well, it was not the flavor anything.
I was there. I don't know why people make up stories. Showore was popular, but he didn't go.
Don't regard that Michael. Don't regard him with your Showore thing.
No, it's just the point. It's all this online talk that
he has never been trending online. Even Mr. Macaroni is more popular than
hold on. I'm talking about 2019, not now.
If you're being honest, you can't compare.
Not popular now. It was not.
Sorry, if you're being honest, you can't compare Showore and Peter Obi. Peter Obi is going around the entire northern state. Why are people making it look like only an online campaign? The man is winning, is getting popular by the day with the northern. Even if you're saying that they are not going to vote for him,
Rabbi,
which may be true.
Can you win delegates? That is the conundrum now. Can you win the delegates of the PDP?
That is why I'm telling you that if you people want to make that kind of statement, make it factual. Don't be making it look like people are only
the question.
Online and the man is not doing the groundwork.
Rabbi,
can you win the delegates in PDP
right now?
Let me tell you something.
What you guys can do here is speculate and project.
No, that's what we can't do now because it's a political platform now, so we speculate based on what we know. So I'm inviting you to do that. Speculate based on what you know. As it stands now, do you think Peter Obi can win the PDP delegates to defeat Atiku, Saraki, Wike?
If it's going to, if this most of the delegates are just going to go based on merit and
forget all that now. Forget all that. Answer the question now.
Let me answer the question now. Wait.
Don't forget if they want to do the right thing. They are not going to do the right thing. So don't say if they want to do the right thing.
The man has been
house, not now. Yeah.
Wait. The man has been going. I don't know where that feedback is coming from.
I think it's coming from Middleman.
Okay. The man has been going to, he has been meeting these delegates. He has been, talking to them. And you've been seeing, online.
Everybody has been meeting them. The question now.
Wait, now. I'm coming to that. I'm almost landing on that.
Money? Is he paying?
Wait.
Answer that question honestly, please. I expect that of you. Answer it honestly. Yeah.
You know me that I like saying the truth. Now, the man has been meeting delegates and we've been seeing the kind of reception that they've been giving to him. And definitely, that's why I said if it's for merit, if it's for likability and all that, he stands a chance. But if you're talking about money politics, and if you're talking, obviously, is going to be disadvantaged because he's not a man that believes in.
Okay, so what do you think is going to play out? The goodness of the heart and the zeal to do the right thing by the delegates,
I
or
think
old
we'll just
politics? Is it old politics or this new space that will play out?
I think there will be. I think it will be a mixture of both. But I think in the end, from my own opinion, you've asked me my opinion. I think
Yes.
it will be a mixture of both, and in the end, the new politics of merit will supersede the other. Because if you look at the listen, why are you laughing
Let
now?
me tell them what will change your mind. They are going to be a
These
1
people
million
will
match.
collect money.
You will
They
see.
will collect
You will
money
see.
and they'll vote for and they'll vote the other way. I'm telling you the truth. Some of them,
Definitely.
maybe not all.
The
They will
1
collect.
million match is going to change
And Stevie,
a lot of
and Stevie,
people's mind.
let me tell you something. I hope the 1 million match changes minds of the
That's a
delegates.
big gamble, by the way. That 1 million match. That's a big
Yeah,
gamble, but we
yeah.
see.
I hope it changes, and if it does change, I'll come here and say, yeah, you were right. But you have to understand. Somebody talked about polls on, in Nigeria. I've even done my own polls with people in the north, and if today was if the general election was today, I will not bet that let's say Tinubu between Tinubu and Peter Obi, I'm not going to bet that Peter Obi is going to lose to Tinubu, and I'm telling you this, you know.
Oh, right, we've lost our middleman. Yeah, the connection was poor, but the is I can understand that, you know, the wish and desire, just the burning, and you just want it so much, but the reality of it, of course, the reality.
Let me further explain that.
One man, do you agree that
Wait.
it's not right to use the word reality because even the result has no? You can't say reality.
I know
Everything is still
we can say
speculation.
that based on antecedents. Now we know we know the backdrop of Nigerian politics. We all know it.
Rabbi,
See,
I'm,
No,
I wait.
I think we don't know
I'm
it as
with
much
you.
as we
I'm with you like everybody else on Peter Obi's issue. Unfortunately, like, if you don't know, I am with you. But like what man is saying, there's reality and there's wishes. We all wish for a better country where you have delegates that can vote reasonably. But all the talking up and down, you can talk all you want. Is he dropping anything for the boys? That's the main thing in Nigerian political scene.
and we're not even sure if he's not doing that. You get? We are
And
not
He
sure.
doesn't have the
I can
money.
only
He doesn't have the money now.
You
We are
said
talking about
integrity.
dollar billionaires
One man,
voting all over.
remember, he said that the
I don't.
integrity. Remember, Mr. Abai said that the man has integrity. He does not have any money to give anybody. He was a saint. So you cannot justify him giving people money at the same time calling him a saint. It's kind of like, but my point is that it doesn't have that gravitas enough to move the needle. Sadly enough, let's be realistic.
But are you aware that Atiku paid more in 2011 more than Jonathan? In fact, Atiku was more popular than Jonathan then.
The man was an incumbent.
Jonathan,
he was an incumbent. So let's stop that.
You forget about incumbent. Jonathan was not popular.
Forget about incumbent.
What do you mean?
Jonathan was not popular.
What do you
So
mean?
are you saying Jonathan?
Do
Are
you
you saying
know what it
Jonathan
means to
rigged himself?
Do you know what it
Babati,
means
are
to
you
be?
saying Jonathan rigged himself in?
Do you know what it means to be a city president in an election?
Why is Buhari still president today?
Was he not
What
a
are you
city
talking
president when he lost to Buhari? Was he not a city president when he lost to Buhari? He was. So we can't say that incumbency.
Thank you. Help me ask him.
Atiku was more popular than Jonathan, and it was even for the time of the North during Jonathan time.
All right, good luck to Peter Obi, but that is more in hope than expectation. But good luck to him, but more in hope that is wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. That's
he's speaking to them indeed. My brother, better drop something. All this speaking and all this.
Let me give you a prediction, and then we'll come back on the 29th, and then we'll see how it pans out. Peter Atiku almost certain to get that ticket. If he doesn't get it, then Saraki will. So it's going to be a toss between Atiku Saraki for the seat, and Peter Obi. He will be lucky to come third, because I think Wike might even beat him to the third position. But Peter Obi is just forget it now. The moment
Oh
they
man,
they
this
threw that
Saraki,
ticket
the
open,
way you're pushing
Peter
this
Obi,
Saraki will
it's
not
not
even come
reflecting
third.
reality, one man.
He will not
I
come
think
third.
So yeah,
Saraki, Saraki people are talking about. I wonder if
I think even you know that Peter Obi is not getting any ticket. You know that you want it so much. I want it
If
equally.
Peter Obi
but
is
it's
not the first, he's going to be the
Let-
second.
No, it's not.
let me ask a question, one man.
Yeah, go on about Ajale Koko.
Okay, if by chance, if by let's say a wonder, if wonder happen, let's say Obi is the ticket, is the nominee of APC, and Jonathan is the nominee of, I mean,
PDP and Ajale Koko.
Obi is the
PDP.
nominee of PDP, and Jonathan is the nominee of APC. In CBD and Ete, who do you think that will win?
Landslide now, Peter Obi now. Landslide. Landslide.
Now
I will buy you now. I will buy you right now. I will buy you on this platform.
But funnily enough, I agree as well. I think Peter Obi will defeat because people hate Jonathan. People dislike Jonathan for the politics he has been playing in recent times. And if they give him the APC ticket and Peter Obi gets the PDP one,
okay. I was just kidding.
Yoruba will even vote for Obi now.
Yes,
that's what.
Yeah, we will vote for Obi, of course. Yeah. But I'm saying that okay, this is the thing. I think Peter Obi has an easier path in the generals compared to the primaries. If only that one came before, it would have won. You see my point? If he was in the generals somewhere, he will win. But to navigate that primary space is just nearly impossible for him. That's the point we're referring to. But for some way, somehow, I don't know how PDP got to the point where they've literally just surrendered to the so-called open primaries, where they were the champions of this so-called North and South rotation. I don't know what happened to where they just surrendered that agreement, right? That was that idea, right? So-called.
I think it's
I think it's expedient. No, I think it's because of expediency. They couldn't show their hand so quickly for the APC to counterweight it.
That means that I think this is it. They don't believe that somebody from the South can win in the PDP. That's what it boils down to. Because if they did, they would.
That is it.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that Atiku will. It's just my thoughts. I have a feeling that Atiku will decide to do what Ekweme did for.
He will step down for Obi.
What is that by?
When I tell you is wishful thinking, this is daydreaming whilst you are daydreaming, my friend. I'm sorry.
Do you know that there's a conspiracy going around that
it will endear the north to the south and to the southwest. Southeast especially. It will endear because I feel like Atiku is a more. I think there's something that's going to happen that we are not yet thinking about. And I have a feeling what Ekweme did for Obasanjo, because of what they did to Abiola, I think Atiku will do the same for Peter Obi somehow.
Prophet CBD, tell us what is going to happen in APT. Now you told us about the one for PDP. Tell us the one what you see on APC.
Ajale Koko, Ete and CBD, you win. One man, let's move on. The win. Let's just agree.
It's just it's daydreaming. You should have.
But let me answer Janiko question about APC now. In APC,
answer. Then I will also say something. Answer.
No, it's a CBD. I'm asking you. CBD is the one that the prophet that just told us what God just showed him about on
for APC. To be honest with you, I've not seen that very clear, but I think the two people that will be,
wear glasses.
From that, I'm not, or let me not say use the word see, because now I'm going through that route of looking at myself as a prophet. But I'm saying,
No, you're a rabbi
I've
already
not
now.
thought,
So
I've not thought about it, but what I'm
are you
seeing,
not
or
a Jewish man?
what I'm thinking is that it will be Tinubu and Amaechi that will be front runners for that nomination.
Pick one.
Because I feel like Tinubu is going to use a lot of money, and
pick one between them, please.
Amaechi has a lot of money too now.
I'm not sure that Tinubu is richer than Amaechi. Amaechi is filthy rich, you know.
Rabbi, pick one between them, please. Which one
I
is
know
it?
that, and I feel like they might also want to use Amaechi to. If I'm going to pick one, to be honest, I'll go with Amaechi because I feel like they might want to use him.
There we go.
There's a reason I'm saying that. Ajani Koko,
you know, this is what
you remember I said here some
You
time
said
back
it before. You said it
that
before.
Amaechi will come out even before he came out. So now I'm feeling like these people are going to use Amaechi to try and they are going to use him as like the stone to kill two birds, because they are going to want to appease the South, because they feel like Amaechi can claim Igbo anytime. And he can also, you know, he's also from the South, you know, so I feel like there's something there. And also, don't forget, Buhari, the administration owes him a lot. He did a lot to, you know, to bring them there.
If they put Amaechi up against Atiku, I think Falana should sue those people for fraud. That's just fraud, isn't it? Nobody should vote if they do that. It's just that's just yeah. If they put Amaechi up against Atiku, that's fraud.
Landslide, man.
That's just fraud.
That would be a landslide. Come on.
One man, I want to ask a question. I want to ask you a question.
Go on.
Did Buhari have any like a strong power to influence the delegate in APC, or maybe the delegates will just decide on their own?
I think he has influence over the delegates, but I don't think they'll be using the delegates in these primaries. I think through some strong arming, they will
have more influence than
they will. It was going to be a consensus or something, I suspect. Yeah, but you know,
of Amaechi, you say?
No, of Goodluck Jonathan. If Goodluck Jonathan is going to submit that nomination form, you know, and if they tell us that he has submitted the nomination form, then we have to be looking at a good possibility of a consensus, because Goodluck Jonathan, he has no base in that party. Right. You say that it's a lot of PDP crossover, but really, he doesn't have he's not worked the party the way everybody else has worked the party, worked the delegates. Right. So, I mean, what will he be there to do? Who will be his people? Is he his PDP stalwart? I mean, it's just I don't know, man.
Rabbi, so what happens when Goodluck gets the ticket on APC? What happens to your boy Amaechi then? He didn't want to answer.
Sorry. Oh, you're asking. You're saying
but because you saw a vision that it was Amaechi, and I said that it's like
I didn't say vision, no.
I'm kidding. But I'm saying that. But if Goodluck can join this last minute, and they're even giving him an extension, that tells you he's the one that they've been talking about. So what happens to Amaechi then?
No, but if Goodluck joins,
he's already joined now. It's not like he's already going to join.
But there's a lot of speculation with that.
Goodluck speculation. Come on, I mean, they are giving him overtime now to join.
But I have a very strong feeling that Amaechi stands a very strong chance in that party,
against Goodluck.
No matter who is up against.
So the cabals will pick Goodluck over Amaechi, is what you're saying.
Forget about the cabal. The cabals is not just the people you guys are thinking. The cabal is not some 2-3 people somewhere. The cabal is a whole bunch of people. That's just how I feel. You might be thinking that.
So Amaechi defeats Goodluck in the primaries.
Yes.
All right. Let's leave that space. It's meandering somewhat into a bit of a. Let's go to the space. Buhari and Malami suing the National Assembly for that offending Section 84(12) of the new Electoral Act. So that place still, they are determined to remove it. But why did Buhari even assent to the law if this clause offends him so much? So all of that, Babati.
Malami is suing for his life. the guy knows that if he leaves that office, people are already waiting to eat him alive. So that governorship gives him coverage level at least for the next 8 years if he decides to run. So his own politics is different from everybody else. It's not about principles or anything. It's just trying to save his behind. That's why he's running. But you said Buhari signed a law. Does he even read anything he signs already? The man never reads what he signs.
No, but they would have, I'm assuming experts would have perused it before. Of course, we know that it's an illiterate, but
what did they tell him? What did they tell him?
He signed it, but then added a note for the assembly to remove that clause because it conflicts with the constitution. But then the Senate then they couldn't get the majority to do it. They went against that request.
Right.
Then that spiraled into a controversy.
So so-called expert around him did not tell him that information before he signed it. See my point?
But there was a lot of pressure for him to sign it because he needed to sign it. But the Electoral Act that governs the election has to be in situation about 10 months before the voting date. So there was a lot of pressure for him to sign it by a specific date. Otherwise, it will be time barred for this coming election. And people wanted it for the electronic voting and all of these things that seeks to sanitize. Okay. So he signed it with the proviso that the National Assembly, they delete that offending clause. But then the National Assembly met, they had the first reading, and then at the second reading, they jettisoned it that no, they're not going to remove it. So then they've now been scoring around all the law courts to try
but let's also understand that Buhari also has a political interest at stake here. So that kind of factored in the delay of the bill. But my bigger point is that if you say that he does not read any bill and people around him tell him what is in the bill, that means they must have skipped that part of the bill, right? For him to not.
No, they didn't skip it. They didn't skip it.
Why did he sign it?
Hold on. He signed it,
right?
But then he added a footnote for the Senate to delete that clause. He signed it because there was He signed it because there was a time pressure for him to sign, so that this act could be used for the upcoming election. So he didn't have the room to delay it, to send it back, and then if he sent it back to the National Assembly to delete that clause, then it would have been time barred for this election. So he had to sign it because he delayed it.
In America, they do it all the time, where they send it overnight and they do it the same day if they really meant it.
No, I think he signed it on a Friday, and that's essentially what it is. So
let's just keep that for a second. But I'm saying that let's say they even send it back to the House and they did not amend it. I'm saying that Malami, that's even my own focus, not even Buhari. Malami's stake in this so-called case is because he knows that if he leaves that position, if he dare resigns, he's going to jail. The next guy that goes into that office is locking him up with the kind of stuff he's done in that office. So him banking on having that coverage before he goes into for governorship is for him to have that immunity for 8 years. That is his own game plan. He does not care about that so-called law. It's just for himself. That's a selfish act on his part. I like this law, to be honest with you. I like it.
I like it too. The people like it, but the politicians don't.
Yeah. So keep it that way. Malami has to resign that office. He has to. If he does not resign, they should just kick him out, because he knows the man does not even care about the governorship of KBC or whatever he's from.
No,
he's just for his own political survival. That is why he's doing the whole thing, and he has enough money to do that. So keep the law the way it is. Don't change anything. And let's hope for the best. But
and also, Babati, Malami has Aso Rock ambitions. So he has presidential ambitions. So he has to be politically relevant for that ambition to be fulfilled.
Right.
You understand? And traditionally, the president comes from this. Well, I say traditionally, only one instance, but usually, the president should come from amongst the state governors. So he wants just to have that political relevance as well as the immunity of our Kebbi State.
Right, but I am more focused on the immunity part. That is what I think is more. He might have that political thing, like to become head of the country, like you said. But I think that his immediate need for that is more geared towards having the immunity for at least 8 years, and he can do whatever he wants to do. But that is, I think that is the most important thing to him right now. So the law should stay the way it is, and I cannot wait for this guy to leave the office. It's been a disgrace locally and internationally to the country, and an embarrassment to the country, to the military, and I can't wait for him to just leave this place and we can have a fresh start for the country.
All right. If he doesn't get that Kebbi state, by the way, I suspect that he will run. He will end up.
Yeah, he will just fly out of the country and just
he will run.
Country.
Yeah,
he'll probably keep his office and leave the country. But I don't see him.
All right. Let me take you to this talking point. I'll fight bandits, terrorists, other criminals to stand still. Rotimi Amaechi making the promise. So does that then get your vote? Of course, the banditry being the number one thing. So he'll fight bandits, terrorists, and other criminals to a standstill. This is what Rotimi Amaechi promises the Nigerian citizens. Does he get your vote, Babati?
It never had my vote in the first place. I used to like him. He came to New York once, and remember when Showore confronted him in New York, because they had a huge back and forth. This is, I used to like him before. He was kind of like a funny guy, very interesting. But when that Maradi train thing came up, I'm like, I'm done with this guy, because it could not justify that on TV. They kept asking him, like, why would you build a train from Kano to Maradi? And I think now we know why he was doing the whole thing. He was building his portfolio to run for office. That was the whole passing gift for Buhari. So, but it never had my vote in the first place. I don't trust him. I don't see him viable as a president. He's a very likable guy, but I don't see him as a president of the country, in my opinion. Let me keep it short and brief.
Where do you think Osinbajo's narrative stands as of now? So he came in with a flash, but as it petered out somewhat.
Like I said before, the man, at this point, guys, is becoming pathetic. The man is pretty much sucking up to Buhari so much. I'm like, God, take this guy's thing out of your mouth. It's like, I will continue his work. I will it's so like, at this point, it's just annoying for a VP to be sounding that way. Like, Buhari is my this, is that. I mean, at some point, my bro, just tell me what you will do as a person. Leave Buhari out of this type for a minute. Osinbajo has no political base. He has no political base. Tinubu is his political base. He has not built anything. And once Goodluck comes into the fold, he will just fizzle out. You won't even hear anything about the VP anymore. I can bet you that. Once Goodluck signs, okay, let's say tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Tuesday, right? By Friday, once Goodluck declares for APC, you will never hear anything from VP again. You will only hear Tinubu, Amaechi, and Goodluck. VP will just fizzle away to the back.
Because a lot of these people outside of Tinubu, everybody else, they are pinning their presidential ambitions on Buhari endorsement.
Yes.
Only Tinubu is relying on himself. Osinbajo, he's relying on it. Without Buhari's backing, it just is finished, because Tinubu has already dumped him. Without Buhari's backing, Rotimi Amaechi is going nowhere. Without Buhari's backing, Goodluck Jonathan will be a joke. So only Tinubu stands on his own 2 feet within that space.
Right, he still remains the formidable, the candidate to beat in the race. Clearly, the VP sadly has kind of stained his legacy, because he's been seen as a betrayer, like a Judas Iscariot in the political party, and that was a wrong move. I don't know who encouraged him to run in the first place, and he's not played this game right. He's kind of fizzled out, like you said. Quite unfortunate, and I think that yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just put a very fast question to you and one man.
Yeah.
Do you agree that, or do you believe that the North, their main target for coalition is South, Southeast, let's say South, and that the coalition they have with Tinubu now is just something they are trying to get themselves out of. Do you believe that theory, or that?
Okay, so I had to go look at the Nigerian land, voting pattern, right? So if you rank by region and by the numbers of voters over the last 20-25 years, The South
Keeping in mind that they are seeing the South, South, and Southeast in their mind somehow.
No, don't direct his response. You've put the question. Let him respond. Otherwise, you answer for him.
No, it's a question.
No, don't put in. No, you've put the question. Let him answer because you have this thing of always guiding people's thoughts.
So a Fulani coalition with the South, South, or Southeast only works if you get 4-2, like a 4-2 game. You got to clear the North and have both two. If you look at the numbers, it's a numbers game now. So I don't see a scenario in the APC where they will put somebody from the South, like you said, because nobody from the Southeast is viable in the APC, sadly. That should have been their best bet anyways. But I don't see a situation where they will put somebody from the South in the APC, dump the Southwest, and hope that some way, somehow, they will get a coalition of the South, South, and Southeast to defeat Tinubu. That would be a dumb political move. And even if they did, Amaechi might be the best bet to even play that game. Not Goodluck.
Exactly.
Not Goodluck. Goodluck will not be
the
person. Amaechi might be the person that that might do the trick for them if they played it right. But definitely not Goodluck. Because Amaechi has been in the folds from the beginning in APC. So even if they betray Tinubu, quote and unquote, it can still sell himself some way, somehow to the Southwest, or be more persuasive. You see my point? But Goodluck is not going to be that guy that can do it. Maybe Amaechi.
I think Goodluck's time has passed, honestly, if we're being honest. I like him.
If I see this guy on Monday on TV on APC, my God, the share. Okay, let me just.
I wonder what they are trying to use him for, because every purpose that he serves, as in CBD was indicating, Amaechi serves it equally. There's nothing that Goodluck Jonathan, apart from him having the name as an ex-president, which might well even be a baggage, seeing how he was rubbish so much.
Right.
So what are they trying to? What's in play here?
Is that the man only has one thing and one thing going for him to do APC? Is because he can only run for 4 years. That is the only thing that can keep him there. You see my point? Because he can only run for 4 years. That is the only thing that is even keeping him relevant to this so-called cabals or whatever. Maybe there's a deal with Amaechi that says, listen, we'll campaign for you, we'll vote for you in APC. That means that you only run for 4 years. That might be the backdoor deal.
But that will only be, the northern delegates alone cannot, because Amaechi definitely will get some delegates in the north, and he will get, let's say, like 90% of the south, and south.
Rabbi, let me make this more interesting. Let's say Amaechi and Goodluck are in APC, right, during the primaries. Where do you think the delegates from Southeast and South will vote between Amaechi and Goodluck?
Amaechi and Goodluck, at this time, they will vote for, I think South most will go for Amaechi, and Southeast delegates of APC. They'll go for Amaechi also because, I said, Amaechi is an Igbo man at the end of the day. So they will still, if they want to look at Igbos have been marginalized and all that.
Okay. So beautiful.
If you have Obi as the vice president to Atiku on PDP, you people see vote
like that
for
question
Amaechi
every time. I know the question.
Will you people still vote for Amaechi?
Yes, over
No,
we will not accept Peter
Let CBD talk. You are not an Igbo. Let the real Igbo man talk. You are from Akwa Igbo. Okay, CBD talk.
No, but Adani Koko, to be honest with you, Amaechi they'll vote for him more if Obi will be vice, because like I said, this thing of an Igbo man not being a president is something that is still it's disturbing.
I disagree in CBD.
So what is going to happen in the future?
Ajale Koko, let the because in CBD not the only Igbo man, Meadow man and Igbo man too. Okay. But let's say from Meadow man, he a more moderate voice. Yes, Meadow man.
This Meadow man is a Lagos Igbo.
you not Lagos born? You are Lagos born.
It's Yoruba Igbo.
It's a diet Coke Igbo. You stand accused, Meadow man.
You see with the you see with his organic Igbo.
But Adale Koko's
Well,
question.
I
Yeah.
do. I don't think if Obi is becomes Atiko's vice, it will depend on the if Atiku comes out looking like he's going to win. If he's if he has that that momentum, they're going to vote for him. They're going to vote for Atiku because the issue, the issue with there is this thing about Fulani people becoming another Fulani person, another northerner becoming a president, but the issue with of the southeast is not with the full is specifically with Buhari. Buhari is the thing,
But
so
that Fulani narrative has been dragged so much, and I think it has really superseded.
I agree with Meadowman, and I think I tried to hint at it. Buhari is an entity on its own. The fact that it's Fulani is just what brought a lot of hatred to. I don't. People have always liked Atiku, and he has always been Fulani. So it's not as though it's only just this Buhari.
Actually, I got to know that Atiku is Fulani maybe in 2018.
Yes,
Nobody ever remembers that.
Yes.
So that is the thing, and Atiku, he doesn't. The perception of Atiku is not that typical Buhari kind of Fulani person, and it is obvious that Atiku is much more detribalized than Buhari. That is not even in question. So
Meadowman, a lot of people say, "Oh, why do I speak about Atiku?" For me, Atiku is the most Nigerian. Hold on, Ademo, and use a headphone. We're hearing feedback from you as well. Hold on, use it. Now, the reason why I always that I have time for Atiku is that Atiku is the most Nigerian person that I know in politics. The only other Nigerian person, apart from Atiku, by my own understanding, is
Obasanjo.
Yes.
Yeah, Obasanjo. Obasanjo and Atiku are the same kind of Nigerian politicians. That is exactly the reason why you would say, "Oh, Obasanjo wasn't our candidate," because he's not a tribal man. He is a Nigerian nationalist, and that same thing is perceivable when you look at Atiku and his trajectory.
Yes.
Sorry, Meadowman. Okay. Sorry. I was going to say this. When you look at it that way, I think we are neglecting the fact that people know that no matter how the tribalized and likable Atiku is, he will never do anything against the will of his people. And this narrative of Fulani conquest is something that has penetrated into the entire southern space. And at the end of the day, people will see him that, okay, as much as we like you, as much as you're detribalized, you can never do anything against the interest of your people. And
but the CBD, we don't want him to do anything against his people. We just don't want him to do anything to us. That's the thing. Is it not the thing?
What if the people have believed that? What if this the way it is right now, the Southerners have believed that there's this kind of grand Fulani plan, a larger plan to.
But that grand plan is a Buhari plan.
No, I think people don't see it that way. I think if we are being honest,
I see it that way, and a lot of people do see that. I feel that a lot of people understand that the problem that we have is Buhari, is a Buhari problem, which then has transmuted, because as Meadowman was just saying, he never even acknowledged that Atiku was a Fulani man until Fulani became a talking point, which is what Buhari brought to the fore with his agenda. So it wasn't anything that was seriously in play pre-Buhari, but will it be in play? When Atiku starts to bring Atiku forward to go and speak to the Yorubas, And
But
Uchenna
Uthman
Atiku forward to go and forget
was there
Uthman
before.
all
Okay,
right,
just
all right.
I know it sounds a bit
They
too
want to dip
whatever.
the Quran in the river. Abi. Is that where we're
No,
going
no,
again?
no.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. What did these people say themselves, even before Buhari? So those are what people will be considering. Not just. To be honest, people
Yeah, they
believe that
said
Buhari is just
they said it before Sheikh Shagari, and they said it before Yaradua.
Thank you.
It is,
So
yeah,
people
but
don't see it as a
we didn't.
Buhari thing. If we are being honest, they see it that Buhari, okay, is a kind of championing it in a different way, but they don't see it as a Buhari thing. They see it as a larger tribal conspiracy, against the South.
That is what it is. It's just a conspiracy theory, and if we cannot just paint a whole tribe and condemn everybody there, because of course I want a southerner to be the next president of Nigeria, to balance the polity, but we have to look at the reality. Now look at it this way. If you want an Igbo person, because what we're taking, we talk about this election and this thing. What we're trying to do is to save Nigeria. You all realize that, right? Because Nigeria right now, I don't know if anybody sees it. Nigeria is at the brink, man. Nigeria is at the brink. It's like a filling station with a gas station with fuel poured all over the place. It's just waiting for somebody to strike a match. And if we are going to, that is why one of these days, one man was showing something. I wasn't on the platform that day. One man was showing something. I think it was some 10 days ago. Peter Obi was in Lagos, somewhere in Lagos, and people were there was a crowd chanting his name. I don't think that I didn't see that as something significant in terms of the stage of the politics in Nigeria right now. But it somehow it gave me a meaning, a different meaning, a different reading. What I compared it to when Andy Uba went to Lagos to campaign for his gubernatorial, ticket in Anambra State. I don't know if anybody remember what they were chanting, what Igbo people were chanting at him when he was in Lagos. Does anybody remember?
No, they wanted to stone him. They didn't like him, if I remember.
They said he should go back home and campaign.
Yeah.
No, what they were chanting, what called my attention, they were chanting, "Holy, holy, holy." That's your one man.
Nnamdi Kanu is another. Yes.
Exactly. That's what they were chanting. Now, Peter B was there, and there was there was this crowd following and chanting his name, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. That is bringing back a whole chunk of Nigerian citizens back into the middle, because you have to look at Nigeria like not only Nigeria, any society, any country, we always have extremes, right? So if you close your own eyes right now and imagine a country, a society like a straight line that is like, maybe let's say 100 centimeters, 10 centimeters from the beginning to the 90th centimeter, that is the middle. The last 10 centimeter is the extreme left, and the initial 10 centimeter is the extreme right. So in every society, you always have these extremes, right? And they are always there. They are constant. Now, the problem begins when that 10 centimeters begin to turn into 15, 20, 25. What you have in Nigeria is that you have 25 centimeters at the extreme end, and you have 25 centimeters ad initio and ad finitum, and you have only 50% in the center. So that is why the center is barely holding. You have to have the majority of the people of those who believe in the system or who still have any kind of hope or trust in the system in that middle. That is where we are now. We have 25% of
Middleman, what you're talking about, I suspect, is the ideological divide. You know, politics globally is centrist. The politics that is played all over the world, they call it a centrist politics. So politics of the center, which is a liberal politics. So at the center is liberal ideals. Then from that center, you have the extreme left, which is like a socialist template, and then you have the extreme right, which is some neo-Nazi sort of. But that far right, what we have is a far right politics at the moment in Nigeria. Under
what I'm trying to say, it doesn't have to be left in the political ideology of it. Those extremes can be based on religion, based on tribe, based on race, based on
those are
far
right politics. That's far right politics.
They can be So what we have right now in Nigeria is forget what the ideology of the extremes are in Nigeria, but the center is almost equal to the extremes in Nigeria. That is how divided we are.
No.
Hold on. He is Middleman is right. What we have at the center is far right politics, because Buhari is a far right politician. It's an extremist, which is where you find the far right. The neo-Nazis,
you can't. That is the thing.
But
that is the thing.
One man under Buhari. That is the point.
One man. Buhari in this case, we should not put him in the center. He is at one of the extremes. That is why he's weighing on what is left of the center, on what is weighing, on what is left of the centrist, progressive, section of the country. That is why when things like this happen, you have what sociologists would call, social seizure, social convulsion. That is what Nigeria is suffering right now. That is why you get all these bad news and all these funny news from Nigeria every day. The country is suffering epilepsy. It's because epilepsy is basically one part of your body being involuntary and doing whatever they like, and the other part is doing, you are not in control. This, your head, your brain, your central nervous system is not controlling anything anymore. That is where we found ourselves. So this election that I was hoping would be a transition away from the old guard into a younger, a newer generation, not necessarily younger, but a newer generation, a newer vision of a progressive Nigeria, where we can start breaking away from, that old system, so that we can bring back people, we can bring back the crowd back into the center, because once the center is larger than the extremes, they're just in the fringes. They just make noise. They will not disturb the politics. They will not disturb the majority. They will be overpowered if they cross the line. That was my hope for Nigeria. But from what I'm seeing, we are still going to be in the same place.
All right, thank you, Meadowman. So Meadowman, Alexander Super chats to celebrate your contribution. It says, Meadowman, Megida, your northern accent is so pronounced. So
where is Megida there? Where
that's the Jara on
No wonder. No wonder all this. Okay.
Fulani made. We were accused of being a Lagos Igbo. Now you are Borno Igbo.
I think it's a Kano Igbo.
So it's a Nigerian Igbo there. So it's from Lagos to Borno. He captures all of it. So thank you, Medoman.
Sorry, one man. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I saw a comment on the, but I've been asking for you to give me access to the comment section. I don't know what is happening.
No, you should have access. I don't know. I went through all the band names today, and I couldn't find any, or even all the names that have been traditionally banned. I unbanned them, so I'm not quite sure why you cannot access it. You know, so you are not on a the only things that are banned are all those virus some things. That's it.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, so
I don't know
Aison was
why.
asking there that we are talking about delegates and all that, but he's saying that Jonathan has okay, definitely. If we look at it realistically, I think definitely Bayelsa, this Ijo, is it Bayelsa and where? Which other states has maybe some part? Delta is not Ijo. I don't think Ijo are the majority in Delta.
All right. If we want to be
So
bringing the conversation of the chat space into it, then we'll
no,
never
no,
leave
no,
here.
no.
But
It's because it's part of
are
what
we
we
to?
talked about. So that's why I
We've
just
not even
wanted to
started,
answer
and
him.
we are already 2 hours in. It's just meandering the session somewhat. But let's go on to Ajanle Koko. Hopefully, who will bring us back on stream. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you to the space then. Hold on. I wanted you to speak on this one because it struck somewhat as a curiosity. It's an endorsement, not only an endorsement. This person actually says it has been his lifelong prayer. Tinubu most qualified to lead Nigeria as president. Sulu Gambari is what we're talking about. You, of course, know who he is, the Emir of Ilorin, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Zulu Gambari. So there it is right there. Does that endorsement somewhat catch you off guard? Sulu Gambari endorsing Tinubu's candidature.
His endorsement. Let me first of all greet everybody on the platform and everybody listening to us around the world. If you have not hit the like button or thumbs up, please do that now. Share and subscribe if you have not subscribed as well. You see, the endorsement of Sulu Gambari cannot help Tinubu to secure the ticket. He is not one of the delegates, and I don't think he has influence over any delegate in that state. He's a traditional leader, and a traditional leaders, when kudi don't land, they can praise you, they can say anything good about you. So
I have a real problem with that. Specifically with Draymond.
So I think that's Babati. That's Babati. But carry on. It's one of those sessions. It's just all over the place. But carry on.
Okay. So Sulu Gambari, like I said, it cannot help Tinubu to achieve anything. It's just when somebody or a political figure comes to Phyllis the Palace and brought some good things to all the wife of the king and all the children and all the household, king will say good thing about him. And I think that is what played out there. But it is good that he visited him. I mean, he
didn't actually go personally. It was his swagger that went southwest for Asiwaju Tinubu swagger. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, he must have sent some gift through the swagger team to the king. So that is why that statement came out. So, but it's okay that at least he went to the king or he sent some entourage there, to mark his presence, to represent him. But the statement of the king cannot sway anybody, to vote for him because if Tinubu does not have the support of the top-notch politicians over there that are in control of the delegate, he won't get the vote of the delegate in that state. But, right now, I think it's APC that is controlling Kwara. So the Kwara governor might be working for Tinubu. He's a Tinubu man. So I believe that if he cannot get all the delegates there, at least to some considerable level, he will have some of them, large amount of them, to vote for him the primary. So
So it doesn't amount to, because I told somewhat he's a senior Fulani man and he's come out into the space to give an endorsement. So I thought that was somewhat a signal that that space they're not averse to a Tinubu tenure.
You see, the traditional king, they can play their own role by just being the leader of their people in custodian of the tradition. But when it comes to politics, politicians, they have their interest they are pursuing. No traditional king can influence them. No, you accept if whatever the traditional king is proposing or putting forward to them is going to work in the interest, or it's going to work in their own interest. But if it is not in their own interest, they don't give a damn about traditional king. It's their interests that matter. The game is about interest and power. So if the king choice is against their interests, no, politician will crush that, will not listen to that king. So it doesn't do, I mean, their statement doesn't, it doesn't help anything.
Do you see these APC primaries as somewhat Tinubu versus Buhari? Is this, because I see it somewhat as Tinubu versus Buhari?
Yes, I think it is logical to look it like that, because if what we had before now, before, the information out there since 2016, is this 2000? When was the time that Buhari won first?
2014.
I mean, 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's agreement between him and Tinubu that, okay, Tinubu, I mean, Buhari, you go first. And when you finish your full term, 2 terms of office, then the power will come to the South, and I'm going to. That's a mutual agreement that is out there. That's the agreement between them. But with what we are seeing now, they're trying to lure former President Goodluck Jonathan into the race, and some others that are coming in. It doesn't look like Buhari is actually,
because outside of Tinubu, every other candidate in APC, they are somewhat reliant on Buhari's endorsement. You say Osinbajo, because he has no structures politically, so he will rely on Buhari. Amaechi, of course, on Buhari. Goodluck Jonathan on Buhari. And the rest of them you can discount. But Tinubu, I think he's fighting his own battle, just saying, look, I'm here, Would you agree with that? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I agree with that in totality. Yeah. Tinubu have the capability, to carry the cross on his head, and carry the campaign around, and he's a strong politician and a very strategic as well, and he's been coming a long way. It's not just he didn't just jump into this game, like some people are just jumping into it now. So he's been in it for a long time, and is connected to a lot of big politicians. And remember, his position in the party is the national leader. Is the only one that is a position of honor to him as the biggest weight politician after the president in the party. So what do you call him? Buhari definitely is endorsement. Whoever that Buhari win, back at the end of the day, will surely secure the ticket. If Buhari back Jonathan will secure the ticket. whoever Buhari backs is going to secure the ticket, because Buhari is in a position of power and he has all the resources at his advantage to manipulate the primary in favor of his candidate. So Tinubu cannot compete with him when it comes to all that resources that matter. Buhari have the control of the police, he have the control of the military, he can deploy as much money 10 times than that of Tinubu. He can do everything. He has the control of the party at the national level, he have it, and he can dangle carrot to sway the vote of some, even some of the governors that signed the form of Tinubu, and sway them to where he wants to go, because that is the only advantage. Those are the advantages that he have over Tinubu. But if that happens, I want to guarantee you one man. If the election is not conducted free and fair, and if it's clearly shown that he betrayed Tinubu, give his support to Jonathan, somebody that is new, somebody that has not contributed nothing to the development of the party. That is the end of APC. APC will implode, and Tinubu will possibly.
There is no way that Jonathan can get that ticket and the conclusion not be that Buhari endorsed him, because nothing else gives him the seat. Yeah.
Right. That was so obvious. Yeah.
Oh yes. Even Osinbajo, it's going to be the same thing. Osinbajo, Amaechi, all of them, they don't have that structure around the country.
Yeah.
Tinubu have the structure. I might not say he have it around the country, but I mean in all the state of the federation. I'm not going to say he have it all over the state of the federation, but he have it he have structure in more states across the country than any other candidate, any other aspirant in that race. So the fact that 12 governors among, how many governors do they have? I think they have 24 or so.
19 or so.
Huh?
Is it 19 or 20? Or 20?
I think it's 20 something, maybe 22 or 20. Yes, 20. So if 12 out of 12, let's even give it 24 or 25. If 12, that is half of the totality of the delegate following him right there. So is the candidate, is the aspirant to beat in the race, and Buhari is the only
in a fair primaries. In a fair primary, he would defeat all of them, almost twice over.
Yes, he will defeat them in a fair primary. I mean, we are seeing it. It's written clearly on the board for everybody to see, and APC, if they play game, if Buhari play game, and the chairman, if they play game against Tinubu, Tinubu will play the game against them as well. He will make them lose the election. The party will implode. What he did in 2014 to help them win the presidency, he will do it again to make
help PDP
lose the presidency again this time. He wouldn't mind striking a deal with Atiku. You know,
he has history with him now. You know, they ran under this party on AD when Atiku ran in there.
Tinubu is more an Atiku man than a Buhari man.
Yeah.
It's more,
And they've been coming a long way. They were both in SDP. They were both in Atiku was his leader when they were in SDP.
There was a time they were pushing hard for Atiku to adopt him as his running mate, and then he picked another OB. It wasn't Peter Obi, but this is way back, when he ran with some other OB,
So they've been coming a long way.
Oh man, what did Obi do to you now?
No, I'm talking about Atiku's vice. What was the name? I think that was under SDP or something.
ACN.
Rabbi just had Obi. Didn't even know didn't even know what I just jumped in immediately.
Yes, ACN. Under ACN, he ran with this another Obi, not this Peter Obi, but another Obi.
So you mean it was ACN second name was I mean the guy's name was Obi?
Yes. But not this Peter Obi.
Not this Peter Obi.
But then they were pushing hard for Tinubu to be his running mate then, but he rejected it and picked that Obi, but not this one, because Atiku has been long in the game.
So they have been coming a long way since the day of SDP. They were in the same Yaradua group. Tinubu was a senator in Lagos State, while Yaradua was one of the leaders at the top national level of the party then. So they are still friends. So he might go and strike a deal with him in order to teach APC a lesson and regain its relevance. You know, he has to do something to regain its relevance. You know, if Buhari, you know, kill his chances in clinching the ticket in APC, if they kill his chances fraudulently, then he will team up with he might team up with
Ajani Koko, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now the music, please. Yeah, you're going to. Yeah, sorry.
Let me just reduce the TV.
Yeah. All right, carry on, Ajani Koko.
Okay, so he might team up with strike a deal with what do you call it? With Atiku, you know, to regain its relevance and give Atiku the chance, give him the support to win the presidency. So it's a matter of interest and power. So that's what the politics is all about. Interest and
Ajani
power.
Koko.
Yeah.
Adani Koko, do you think that instead of a Tinubu going to endorse Atiku, which already is a godfather in his own right, don't you think that it's more good for him, for example, to join a party, for example, like SDP, become a godfather there, and maybe endorses Obi as he did with Fashola? Do you think that would change the game?
Endorses Obi on which party is going to be?
Or like SDP?
Why
would that change the game of everything right now in Nigeria? Because obviously South and Southeast will vote for Obi no matter the party.
South and Southeast
will vote for South and Southeast. Yes, they'll vote for Obi no matter the party. So if
they rob Tinubu the chance of getting the ticket, they fraudulently rob him, yes, he might go to SDP to make SDP their local party in the Southwest. But for the presidency, they might strike a deal with PDP, Atiku. That's the way, because there's no way SDP can win presidency. That is not possible. But they might go SDP for them to have, you know, their own local party, which they can use at any time to negotiate their interests.
Don't you feel SDP having a Tinubu and a Peter Obi would definitely have a shot? Because the whole southern space is covered.
Don't even go there. Peter Obi is not going to leave PDP.
No, I'm just saying, if that kind of thing happen, would that not change the whole political space of Nigeria?
Well, yes, it will. We don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And this is the right time for them to take advantage. People are tired of. People don't care as much as for APC or PDP. If any of those guys are wise,
Obi will not leave PDP. He will still like to stick with PDP, even though he could not secure the ticket. If he's going to be the vice president, he will still like it than to go and join a party that doesn't look that have any chance of winning anywhere. PDP still look a good chance of winning, particularly if
A good
Tinubu are
chance of
still at
rigging. Not if it's for winning, if it's for people vote. The popularity now that the man has, if they reject him in PDP, he should just go to another party and capitalize on that. Even if he will not do anything, at least he will bring another party into the into the main main political space.
Give us a
well,
name.
somebody like
Stupidity.
you as an outsider who is not a politician can think like that. For politicians, they always think about interest and power.
Yeah,
If it's looking bright for PDP, that okay, APC has imploded, and it's looking bright for them that they will surely win the presidency, why will he leave PDP? He's not going to leave. He will stick in there, even though he's going to be the vice president. You think vice president is a small position? It's a very big position. No?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk to
It's a
Nsibidi
very big
about.
position. It's a very big position in that country. Very, very big position. And when you are in that office, you are just a step below being the president, and you
Osinbajo
could easily
made
step
it
into
look,
into the presidency anytime.
Osinbajo made it look like a very a very irrelevant position now because we cannot feel anything.
Because he's a vice to a quasi tyrant. That is the thing. Buhari is
Exactly. So we don't know what
Buhari.
Atiku's politics will be if
No,
if
we
he
know his
ever.
Do you
personality.
remember the vice of Jonathan? Do you remember the vice of Jonathan? You don't now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sambo. We remember Sambo.
Does he
Namadi
has
I
any
Sambo.
totally forgot
any political relevance? He doesn't.
He was there to represent those who put him there. See, there was a question that was put to CBD. Sorry, Agenda Koko, for jumping in. There was a question that was put to CBD about if between Chibika Amaechi and Atiku, who the Southeast would vote. The CBD, you see, Amaechi today at this moment, his chances to get the ticket in the APC is so slim that he's not even in the play. Now it could be manipulated. They could give him the ticket, but if they ever give him, if he ever comes out as the front runner for the APC, you can be sure that he has sold everything, including his soul. You might as well call him maybe Usman Amaechi. He is no more. He cannot represent you. He would have been so compromised that he would be a lame duck president. So it's better you take. It wouldn't it be better you, because I'm sure Amaechi being that president will be weaker than what we saw with what we perceived with Jonathan. But
that's your opinion. It's okay, but I disagree totally with that. Yeah, because hello.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying I disagree because Amaechi himself. I think this position of president. I think once you're in that office, you need to understand that we need to understand that those people have power and they have the responsibility. And also, apart from that, Amaechi does not strike me as someone that will be totally controlled. In fact, if anything, I'm even wondering if they will ever allow him get to that position. And not to be tribal or anything. It's not just in the nature of it's not in the nature of an Igbo man. No matter how hard he tries to play, second fiddle, it won't work. It won't work. So I decide I don't see him being a total.
Look, Amaechi, Osinbajo, Jonathan. If any of them take that ticket, go and check it well. They've changed their names. I'm telling you, they would have sold their soul to get it. That is why when I agree with one man that the only man there standing and depending on himself on his own personal effort is Tinubu. Any of these, any of the rest, I'm not saying that you don't have compromises in politics or negotiations,
Exactly. Even
but
Tinubu is making deals with politicians in the north.
yeah,
We
but
cannot
not
deny
to the
the
extent.
southwest stronghold he has now. So they are all selling. If we are going
But
by
you
that,
have to understand that Tinubu has a base. He has a political base that he can always lean back to. These others, they don't. They do not have anything. It can only be given to them. They cannot fight it. That is why we all know that Tinubu brought Buhari to power. But Buhari, because he had his base, he had his support, that is why he became a man of his own when he is a man of his own and have his own agenda when he became president. He didn't think he owed anybody anything other than ministerial appointments and stuff like that. But these other guys, if they ever get it, man, I'm telling you, they would have.
I think we're also overlooking the fact that people don't people apart from the narrative that has been coming out for some years now, a lot of people in
The
the south,
feedback in this session has just been so.
yeah, it's
But
not
carry
from
on,
my
land
side
that
of,
point, and I want to get back to John Lekoko. Yeah, land that point.
yeah, the yeah, that's the the kind of hey, woman, why did you scramble my thought process like that?
Sorry, I could hear some woofing in the background. I don't know if you have your headphone on, but
No,
you'll be hearing the same noises as I am. Yeah,
yeah, I've
go
been
on.
hearing. I think it's
Yeah.
maybe from middleman, but it's okay.
Hmm.
But you see,
No, not from you.
Hmm.
it's not from me because but it's okay. So I was just going to say that the people, the narrative that has been coming out from the entire Nigerian southern, especially middle belt space. People believe this thing. People really believe this thing because they've seen it. They've seen the nepotism in government. They've seen all these things, and you think people will accept to go another 8 years of northern Fulani president again? So I think that we are kind of overlooking that, and that is something that is very much relevant in the minds of a lot of people. We've seen everything happening now. Do you want me to start recounting everything? So people already have that mindset, and I don't think that no matter how likable and how the tribalized article is, I don't think that people will trust him and just see him as it's not about him. They are looking at
All right, and CBD. Thank you. Let's get back to Ajan Lekoko. I don't know where you're going. Well, I think I do know where you're going with that because your boss only ever stops at one station, which is called Peter Obi Central. So Peter Obi Central, but back to Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko,
not exactly, but it's okay.
Well, exactly not know where you're leading us to. It's always the same space you lead us to. But let's get back to Ajan Lekoko to carry on where it was.
So the only thing that APC can do to save themselves is to conduct a free and fair primary, and whoever that emerges as the winner, it will be clear to everybody that there's no rigging, there's no manipulation, there's no imposition, and then they can go ahead as one family to general election. That's the only thing. But if a game is played, that will be the end. They play game against the core members. I mean, the core leaders, those that have been there since day one, contributed immensely there to development of that party. They play game against them, brought Jonathan in, imposed it on them, forget about it. That's the end of that party. There's no way to save it. That's the way I see it.
All right. Thank you, Dan Lekoko. So to this idea that the PDP, APC rather, they are moving their presidential screening to a later date to allow for people who have not submitted, especially Jonathan, to submit their forms. So what are you then making then of this proposal by the APC?
Well, we don't know about Jonathan yet. Clearly, it's not clear. We are just hearing he got form, he denied it. Then we hear another story. He gave money to somebody else to buy the form on his behalf. So, but what I can see as driving APC, why they postponed the deadline could be a way of making more money, because money is still coming in from the sales of form.
No, the sales of forms has finished. That has closed, but the submission period, the submission is meant to, because the screening is meant to be on Friday, but they've moved it to the 23rd, which a lot of people are saying is facilitating for Jonathan to be able to perfect his politics and submit his form.
Okay, yeah, it's clear now. So, well, let's wait. If Jonathan is the one that they are waiting for, we will see. I don't think a politician like Tinubu and the rest of them will be that much threatened. I think if you just give them that urge to work harder more than ever before, to see how they can defeat the power behind Jonathan and the rest. So, but like we said earlier, the battle might end up between Tinubu and anybody that the president is putting his weight behind. So let's wait and see what is going to come out. If it's Jonathan, it will be welcome, and then the dimension of the politics will change in entirety. That's the way I see it, woman.
All right. It's just a shame, that Tinubu doesn't get the backing to put up that. All the people that you expect to rally behind him, they are already in the game too. But we'll see how it plays out, because like you said, a lot of carpet crossing on that day when people will start to do last minute realignment. So how they realign then to, if it's only about 2 weeks away, and it seems so far, but by this time, the 1st, 2nd of June, we'll be talking about then X versus Y and what sort of votes they will get. This is just as earlier, where today's the 17th. Can you imagine? So in less than about 2 weeks' time, we'll know the two candidates, and then we'll start to permutate who wins which region, which politics is in play here, and all of that kind of good stuff. Well, but there is this, because I was expecting Tinubu to, there was a time we thought he was dead and buried just about 2 weeks ago, but he refuses to die. Kokumo, Tinubu Kokumo,
I mean, he has, he has sold some seed of politicians across the country, and is just trying to do some harvest now. So it's different from people that did not sow anything, and they want to jump into the race and think that they will get, they come and harvest. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, so corruption.
Well, yes, it could be corruption, but what we are saying is that he has planted some politicians across the country working for him right from day one that they formed the party, and those are the ones that are driving his campaign vehicle, and those are the ones that are going to bring out candidate. And we have seen it clearly with 12 governors backing him, signed his nomination form. So is the candidate to beat in that party. And on the other side, PDP is the same game. If you have not sold anything, there's no way that you can come and reap. You reap where you sow. So Peter Obi. It is not is my candidate. It is not a matter of we should not run sentiment here. He doesn't have that. What do you call it? He doesn't have that.
It doesn't have the reach. It doesn't have
doesn't.
the reach.
No,
And
I'm
the
not.
depth.
No, I'm not gonna say that. It doesn't have that vehicle. It doesn't have that structure around the country. He has not planted well inside the country. I mean, inside the party.
It's a flash in the pan, politician.
At least I like one man. He's honest. People like Ajani Koko, Babati, you'll be coming here saying Peter Obi is your candidate, but everything people say is just to.
No. You are driving it with sentiment.
You want them to go against facts.
You are driving it with sentiment.
Okay, tell him what he wants to hear.
No,
Tell him Peter Obi will get the ticket now.
No, we shouldn't be lying. We shouldn't be lying to ourselves. We shouldn't be lying to ourselves.
We can lie to in CBD. He wants to hear a lie.
In CBD, this is a delegate primary. This is indirect primary. It is not a direct primary.
Right.
You should understand.
Do you want to explain the distinction? Maybe as part of the education of this platform, we need to, because sometimes we speak as though everybody understands the language of politics, but it might not be as widely understood as we imagine it is. So there are three options within Nigerian space. There's the consensus, there's the direct primaries, and the indirect primaries. So the consensus, that's already self-explanatory. The direct primaries, which gives all party members the opportunity to ballot, for a candidate. So all party members. But the indirect primaries is the delegates, which is about 5,000, 7,000. They get that say. So that is the system that they're using. So those are established politicians already who come under a local champion, which is usually the state governor.
Yeah.
So that's the indirect.
It can be persuasive in a direct primary, but not in an indirect.
Not an indirect, but because you say he has mass appeal, but you're talking about long-toothed politicians who have been steeped. They don't want to hear fancy ideas. They want to hear about pockets being aligned. So.
Yeah, pockets and their group interest.
Now, if you understand politics, you know that it's wishful thinking. It's not popularity; it's delegates.
But we have to give it to Peter Obi. He's driving his campaign. He's campaigning around. We are seeing it. He's doing a good job. He's on the field.
Yeah, but he's campaigning for vice president now. Is that not?
Whether for vice president, at least is on the field, is doing it in his best way to market himself, and he's really marketing himself very good. So what he's doing now, if he couldn't get the presidential ticket, he has already marketed his name across the country. Everybody knows him now, unlike before. So when he's on the ballot paper,
he has a song.
When he's on the ticket as the vice president, it's not going to be a man that is not known. Everybody knows him now.
Because unlike 2019, when he didn't bring any political currency, this time around he will bring the currency of his popularity.
Yes, and he focused his campaign on economy. He's talking that, look, the problem of insecurity in Nigeria, I will solve it with productivity. I will use economic productivity to solve this problem of insecurity you have around the country. So his campaign is centered on solving our problem with productivity, economic productivity. That is his campaign. And that will really, that has positioned him better than any other person in that party. if he's occupying the vice president, you know, the vice president is the chairman of the economic committee of the country. So it shows that PDP have somebody that can handle the economy of the country well. He has marketed himself well. He has distinct himself among all of them in analyzing economic problem and providing solution to that economic problem in that country. He is number one. Whether we like it or not, we have to give it to him as the man that really understands the economy and he have solution to our economic problem. And that is the most important.
Ajale Koko, would you say that Peter Obi's presidential journey ended when PDP declared the primaries open as opposed to being zoned? Because I thought that was when his journey ended.
No, no, is ended. We don't have to deceive ourselves. We have to say it clearly. It does not have that. It doesn't have that that structure around the country. It doesn't.
Do you want to explain what you mean by structure? Because people, as part of the education, we need to let people understand why we are saying these things, not on prejudice but on reality. So maybe just a brief introduction of structure to when we are saying structure. What do we mean, Ajanle Koko?
Well, the structure means the group within the party, the caucuses within the party. Like in every state of the federation, every political party, even though they are one party, they have groups like caucuses within that party, and the groups that control the state is the structure of that state, is the strongest structure in that state within that party. And that is the group that will surely bring the delegate, majority of the delegate to the primary venue of this, what do you call it, of the presidential primary. So, but Peter Obi doesn't have it. Atiku Abubakar is one of the founding fathers of this party, and that structure is still intact in that party till today, and they are loyal to him. That interest is there that their own man, if their own man become the president, he will do well for their own. It will champion their interests, and championing that interest means that a lot of them could secure what do you call it, political appointment, both at the federal, at the state, and around the country. So when you don't have that political structure, it is very, very hard to go to primary, indirect primary, and win election. It is those people that have the structure that will come with delegates, and those delegates will be loyal to them and vote for them to secure the ticket of the party. So that is what Obi doesn't have. There's nothing he can do.
It's just the moment they declared the primaries open is the presidential campaign ended. So
and you saw it when he went to Ekiti. He went to campaign in the Ekiti. Those Ekiti delegates, one of them said, well, he came, he talked very good. We like what he said, but we have to wait for our boss. Fayose is the one that will tell us what to do. Why? Because Fayose is the one that controls the structure of that state. He was the former governor. He is the one, is from his own group within the party, because it's not only Fayose group that we have within a PDP in Ekiti. We had Oni group, and we have this other group. Oni lost out in primary, gubernatorial primary in Ekiti State. And because he lost that, he couldn't bear it, he now moved to SDP. So Fayose group controls all the delegate or majority, let's say about 90% of the delegate, and those Fayose is the one that's going to lead them to the primary, and wherever that Fayose tell them to go is where they will go. So that is the way it works. So Obi doesn't have it. We shouldn't lie to ourselves. It could get all the delegates in the East or majority of the delegates in the East. I don't know where he's going to get delegates in other parts of the country. It's going to be very difficult because he has not sold there, and they are not good because politicians, the way they think is different from the way we outsiders think. They think for their own interests and their interests of their group, and how their group is going to get, how they are going to translate the interests of their group into grabbing of political power. That is it. That's what they think about.
All right, Ajale Koko. So in CBD comes a lot and eulogizes and 82 they eulogize that the delegates that they will be somewhat seduced by the elegant presentation and the masterful ideas that Peter Obi has. And these structures that we're talking about, I want to play this video for the benefit of CBD and other people who do not understand when we say that, or when I say, and some people agree that Peter Obi, he has no chance as soon as the primaries were declared open. So when we say he has no chance, this is some of the reasons that underpins that. So in CBD, this for your benefit.
No. All this criminality. Some of the people who are supposed to be employed are not employed. So you have a crisis as revenue, 1,847 billion. We use 1,800 to service them. Their service is not debt payment. We no longer put anything in the standby where we're going to put money to be able to pay the debt. So we have a crisis situation. My dear people, what we're going to do in 2023 is not about electing someone to go and start running around all over the place. Like he mentioned to you, he told you a bit about my life. I'm basically a trader. I'm a trader and living on the church. I do security every day. It's the most important thing to.
So I'm just skipping through it just to give you a feel. So this is Peter Obi in Ekiti, delivering in the sort of excellent manner that he delivers, painting you a picture of a Nigeria that is bright and hopeful, and telling you in minutia of detail how he's going to bring you that Nigeria. So let's listen to Peter Obi some more, and then we'll listen to the response from Ekiti.
How do you fix this security? Two methods. One is something called natural security. The natural security you need to provide a human being that the more than the means of life. If you don't know where the next meal will come from, you're security risk. You are a security risk. Because you have to eat.
Okay, so that's Peter Obi. I mean, we've all listened to him and we've all marveled at the brilliance of his mind. So now let's now hear what the Ekiti delegate said to him in response to his excellent speech, canvassing for their support.
Assets, it must be done regularly.
His Excellency Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, he spoke well. He made us to know his intention, why he wants to contest for the presidency. But as for us in Ekiti State, he came to see delegates in Ekiti State. Delegates in Ekiti State met him. He impressed us with his speech. But we have a leader in His Excellency Ayo Peter Fayose. He's also an aspirant. Where Oshoko leads, we follow. He is our leader. He will give us directives. He will tell us what to do. And whatever he tells us is what we're going to do as delegates in Ekiti State. He is our leader general.
Thanks for checking.
So there it is right there. So that is the play So it's not about his excellent. Nobody cares about his excellent ideas. No, the
No,
delegates don't care. You see how well spoken. That's an educated woman. She's not a fool. And she's telling you that, okay, you can come and blow grammar, but our leader will tell us what to do, and we will do it. So,
but it's understand. One man, you see, one man. Wait now. You see, definitely, I know that governors control the delegates, and in that.
But it's not the governor. It's not the governor of Ekiti State. Fayose. Fayemi is the governor.
Was the former governor of the state, isn't it?
So in other states, the leaders of the party, even they might not be the governor.
Essentially the leader of the party.
Yes.
The leader of the party, all that. So definitely, and their man is contesting for. So there's no way he will tell them what to do. That, like he said, and don't forget that Tayo Fayose is he not the one that has been following Peter Obi also sometimes? He's actually hoping that he might be the vice presidential running mate for Peter Obi. So let's see what we have.
And Peter Obi.
Why are you talking about?
I'm not sure. You are sounding somewhat politically naive in CBD.
Well, one man, I don't think you were fair in the way you presented this case against Obi in Ekiti there, because for one, it was just one lady that spoke, and we don't know the more others failed. They were there, and two, someone can make the same case if, let's say, Tinubu would have gone to Imo State, and the body language of the people there. Of course, we can't go by that and say, oh, because of that.
Let me respond.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. It wasn't to counter Peter Obi, but to make a point that the
using that to make a point that he doesn't stand a chance just because the delegates in the Ekiti felt this way.
Why do you think he didn't go there? Because it's a waste of time. It's very calculated. Why is it going to go to Imo State? Because come on now. It's not going to go to Imo State.
I have a question.
Yeah, but if Obi would have gone to Lagos, you don't think? Do you think the Lagos delegates would have? I mean, the Lagos delegates would have?
Hold on. Well, the point that I'm making is that these delegates, they're not especially persuaded by your rhetorics. Adale Koko was explaining what a political structure is. And what that lady also described was a political structure right there that is under the authority of Ayo Fayose. And she told you that she was especially impressed by Peter Obi's presentation, but she would do as her leader tells her. So cascade that woman. Can you hold on, please? Cascade that woman throughout the 36 states of the country, because it's not unique or peculiar to Ekiti State. That is what obtains all the way through politics. So that's the structure right there. So Fayose controls the structure in Ekiti State. Some other champion controls the structures in all of these states. And it is those people, they have a vice grip on that. You see, that's not a stupid woman. That's not an uneducated woman. And she's submitted totally to Fayose.
Obi also control the structure in Anambra State too now. So, I mean, what the hell? It's not fair and balance.
What are you talking about?
You
understand what we are talking about. You just come in and just. It doesn't even.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask a question?
To be going to the north, is the state to be going to control?
Sorry, Ajale Koko, can you explain this thing? Because maybe I'm not finding the wordings.
First of all, guys, APC is not as influential in the southeast compared to southwest. So of course, there's no need for him to be canvassing for votes there for right now. You can't compare. That's a different comparison. But let me just make one point to add to what I just said earlier. Structure also means access. Tinubu can pick up a phone call in Lagos and he knows who to call and says, that guy over there can get you 10,000 votes for the price. He can get you. That's what we call structure. Access to people. So if you don't have those kind of access to people on a bigger scale nationally, you cannot be talking about presidency. It's more than just rhetorics. It's more about talking people. This is not Obama here.
What are you saying, bro?
This is not Obama here.
Can I say something? Can I say something? You see, I get the old delegate thing, but we should understand this. The southern delegates and some part of the middle belt delegates are different from the core north. Now let me explain myself. Already, the governors which are controlling these delegates, has come out to say that power must come to the south. The governors of the southern Nigeria has come out to say this. Now, do you think these delegates in the southern part of Nigeria will vote for Atiku? Do you think so?
Okay. Can I answer your question right there? Can I answer? Let me answer your question.
Go on, Ajane Koko.
You see, don't follow those governors. Don't stick out your neck for what you are hearing from the governors. You see, PDP set up, is it zoning committee? What is that committee that is set up that?
Yes, Autumn, yeah.
By Autumn.
Yeah.
Every governors within PDP, they said is one from each state. And the representative from each state that have governors, PDP governors, are people sent by their governors. Do you know the outcome of their report? All of them, no one person single out, favored no zoning. What does that tell you?
It tells me that they want to cash out.
Hold on, just listen now. If a representative from River State that represented River State sent by, what do you call him? By Wike, signed to no zoning of presidency, that they should make it open. What does that tell you? You see, this game they are playing in the face of the public is a different game. They have to play it like that. The game they're going to play behind the door is a different game. That is the way politics is played. So this zoning idea is what all of them adopted, all the leadership, including all the governors. Forget about your Udom from your governor that bought a form that is camp. Forget about Wike. That is just the game. To you, the public, the game behind the scene is different. So what I'm trying to say here is that they have adopted it. They are not zoning it. They are going into primary. All of them are going to contest, and the delegates are going to vote. And Atiku visited Wike yesterday or a day before yesterday, and today Wike release a statement that if he did not get it, he will support anybody that wins the primary. He said he will give his support to that person. So look, they are saying it clearly that if this thing should be zoned to some part of the country, particularly Southeast, they might not win.
They will not win.
They might not win. They know that.
There's zero chance now.
That
They
is
will
reality.
not win.
Stupid. The leadership are not stupid.
You have no chance.
That is not true. That is not true. If
Well,
they zone
you
it to
can
Southeast and
you
they
can
come out
play
to
your
Peter
emotion.
Obi,
You can. It is good to
it's going
play
to
with our
be
emotion
difficult
sometimes.
for APC to defeat him. It's going
But
to be difficult for APC.
the reality is what they will go with. They have been playing this game for a long time. They understand it very well. They know what is on the field out there. They know the way the people are feeling from each part of the country, each section of the east zone of the country. So, look, let them go to primary and let them slug it out. Whoever that have the strongest structure within the party is the person that will win. So, but what I'm telling you here is that Obi does not have that structure around the country. He cannot secure the ticket. This is not a statement of hatred. It's a statement
But
of
you're
fact.
wrong, Ajale Koko, in the fact that if they zoned it to Southeast, they can't win. Who is it? Is it someone like Tinubu, or who will APC produce that will beat
So
Tinubu in
you
the
don't
general election? That will
you
beat
don't
Obi in general election.
so you
So,
don't think
Ajale Koko, has any
so you don't think that Biafra narrative could run against
Forget
the
Biafra.
He
Everybody
did.
knows
oh,
that.
okay.
I don't think Peter Obi falls under the Biafran narrative.
No, no. What am I
Exactly.
doing?
I think it transcends it.
Let me explain.
No. The voters from the north.
Ajale Koko,
Hold
that's not
on, man. Hold on.
Peter Obi is liked in the north. Peter
Look,
Obi is liked in the north.
okay. We will see.
Well,
We will see in the primary.
In a general election,
for
Peter
him.
Obi will win any candidate
No.
hands down. Hands
Oh,
down.
okay.
Bring
Oh,
your
okay.
I
Tinubu,
don't agree with
bring
that
Osinbajo.
analogy, but
None
it's
of
okay
them
with your
can defeat
own.
Peter Obi.
Don't say bring your Tinubu. I am not for Tinubu. Don't say bring your Tinubu. Tinubu is not my man. I'm not supporting him. So you can don't say bring your. I'm not on the side of Tinubu, and everybody know that I'm not supporting Tinubu. So
Only this delegate thing now that
so,
is the problem
but
for someone like
you yes. So the
Forget about
delegate is the problem. The delegate, even if they make it,
But he
if you
can't
put,
get past the delegate, so that means his presidential ambition has ended.
even if they make it direct vote, he cannot still win.
No.
He cannot win if they make it direct, direct primary. He won't win.
Why won't he?
Because he doesn't have the structure. He doesn't have the structure.
So,
But Ajale Koko, I have one
they
question
all
though.
took a vow to vote for Atiku instead of Obi. How do we know that Atiku? Everybody has agreed. All the north, everybody has agreed that it's Atiku that they want.
Rabbi, forget what you're hearing on TV. It's the point.
But I have a question for you guys though.
With the structure, Atiku lost to Jonathan. With the structure,
No,
with the founding
primaries
father,
here.
he lost to Jonathan.
Let me ask this question. But let me, Ajale Koko, let me ask you guys a question. Like, what candidate do you think has the best case to present to the delegates? Like among all of them, don't you think like a Eastern candidate has some a case of it's our turn to present? Don't you think has a stronger case to present to the candidates to the delegates than anybody else? You know that our turn case is a strong case to present to the delegate. Now, I think to me this is what I believe. I think they have a stronger case to present to the delegates, but as far as the general election, I think that Biafran situation, the general public, they will hold out against them. But among the delegate, I think that case is our turn.
That means you're not following politics. Then, if you believe that people are thinking of Biafra,
so you spend 7 years insulting Northerners, and you think they'll vote for you when election comes? See this guy.
Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen. With your permission, let me. This is from 2 days ago, but let me just bring a couple of paragraphs to Ete and CBD. This is midway through. This is Senator Shehu Sani telling us why, if the two parties don't present northern candidates, then the power almost certainly will go to the north. So this is midway through. Sani noted that the ruling APC party was only playing a cat and mouse game with PDP, adding that if a northerner picks the ticket of the opposition party, the APC may likely follow suit. Senator Sani, however, advised the ruling party to honor its words if there was Senator Sani, however, advised the ruling party to honor its words if there was any agreement that there will be power transfer to the South in 2023. He said politicians can't continue to accept the principle of federal character and at the same time kick against zoning. APC is playing a cat and mouse game with PDP. If the opposition fields a northern candidate, APC will field a northern candidate. This is because of the belief that the poorest of the poor in the north will vote according to the dictates of their leaders. That is the sentiment. The unity in the north is not in the south. The northeast, northwest, and north central will vote for a northern candidate, but it is not so in the south. So this is Shehu Sanio
And it's a northerner.
Can I answer?
It's a northerner.
Wait. Can I answer that?
All right, answer
when
those,
has
Sani.
anybody?
You know
when
better
we
than
see,
you, Sani. Okay,
when does anybody claim all the states in the north since 1999? When has anybody? Even Buhari did not. In his prime. In his prime of 2015, he did not claim all the northern states. So it's a fallacy. We are just spreading false
North
news here.
Central is not going to vote for a northern candidate. The head of Northern Central has spoken. Poba.
See, now, let me tell you guys something.
They are leaning towards the south. So don't expect them to vote to the north. Benue, Kogi, all these people. Yeah.
Listen. See, let me tell you guys what you guys need to understand about the nature of northerners and versus the nature of the southerners. So when northerners, when they get in a room to have conversation, they speak honestly to each other, look each other in the face and speak the truth. And once they say "Wallahi, Allah," you know he's telling the truth. You know, it doesn't take that long before they get to a consensus in anything they want to do. But you put all the southern candidates in that room, all of them will lie to each other. They have to have like 50 meetings before they even get to any step to anything. You understand? That's why it's northerners always come and appear looking united in everything they do. You understand? Compared to the south, because we southerners, when we get together, we just have this treacherous way of having conversation where we don't tell each other the truth.
The North Central has never been involved. We should stop putting these people in the same bracket. They have never been involved with the Connaught.
But for
They've
last year,
been involved with the Connaught. That
even
is
just,
the truth.
you can't even count them as the Connaught. Even just.
We are just saying, anytime we come here, we talk North. Like
politically, they stay aligned more with the Northern. They
don't align with the Northern. They don't align.
But I would say they still trust them more.
Most times, that's a lie. Most times they vote against
people that are even Christians.
Most times.
So let me tell you something.
See
those Northern people we are talking about. They like Southerners more than they like Northerners. But they trust the Northerners more than they trust the Southerners.
No, that is a lie. If they trust the Northerners, why do they vote against them? Why do they vote against them? They always vote against them. They always vote against them. You can check political voting history.
Sorry, which region are you talking about?
North Central now. North Central has never been with the Connaught. They've never been with the Connaught.
You're talking about Kwara, other area, Kogi, Kwara.
Taraba, what they call it?
No, beside Kogi.
I'm sorry,
Benue. Yeah, but those are Southerners. Those are Benue TV. All those people.
Are you not calling them Northerners?
No, we are talking about that middle belt area. Those are Southerners, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, we are talking about Kwara. Kwara.
Are you not changing mouths now?
I'm not changing mouths. No. When we are talking about North, someone like Two-Face, I won't call Two-Face a Northerner. It's an Idoma guy from Benue. I won't see Two-Face as a Two-Face. But when I say Northerner, I'm not talking about the line they draw in Nigeria. I'm talking about North, like the Muslim North.
Can produce a president without the other region? Are you trying to tell me that?
Okay, sorry. Hold on, Ete. Which region did you just say?
I said North Central.
North Central. So
yes.
Which states are in that? So that's Niger, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, Kogi, and Kwara. So
Taraba.
No, Taraba is not.
It's Niger, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, Kogi, and Kwara. So those are the North Central. No, can you hold on? I've got the list on my screen. So let's marry that against 2015.
Marry that against 2019, please. Recent election.
No, that was Fulani. No, that was Fulani now. So that it doesn't really matter. That was Fulani. So let's marry that against 2015. So so let's go to Benue. So who did Benue vote for in 2015? 54% Buhari, 44% Goodluck Jonathan. Who did Nasarawa vote for in 2015? Yes, they actually voted for Jonathan. Jonathan took Nasarawa. Who did Plateau vote for in 2015? They vote for Jonathan as well. So there might be some veracity to what you're saying. Who did Kogi vote for in 2015? Yeah, they voted for Buhari. And Kwara, who did Kwara vote for in 2015? They voted for
But that
They are
has to
going.
do with APC. It has
They,
nothing
they
to do
are,
with
they are
them.
going
That's
to
what I'm
lose
saying.
those
Could be
states
in
right
APC
now.
now.
They are going to lose those states because there's no way they are getting Benue again. There's no way they're getting Benue again. There's no way they are if they mess up Tinubu. There's no way
You
they are
mean
getting Kwara.
Benue will not vote for Atiku? Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm not
They
talking
will
about
not.
Benue
They
not
will
voting for
not.
Atiku.
Ah,
They will
you
not vote
don't
for
know.
Atiku.
You don't know anything.
I'm talking about having a southern
Why? Why you
candidate
say
here.
so? When they are late.
Because Tom is politically aligned with Atiku.
See,
Go
right
and
now,
check
as I
it.
speak to you,
No,
this
see,
country is
Ajani
boiling.
Koko,
Is
He's
what you
targeting
politically
said,
aligned,
Southern
and
presidency
Atiku have
now.
a very strong chieftaincy title there. Strong number one chieftaincy title in their land.
But
No
Otom
You
said
don't know
Southern
it's
what
so
you're talking
citizen
much.
about.
want to see any
Ajani
Northerner coming to
Koko,
run for
Ajani
presidency.
Koko, you said that if Peter Obi is given that ticket, he's not going to win in general election. And I'm proving you that he's going to win it in general election, hands down.
Oh,
Not
okay.
If they give him the ticket, he
not
can
just
win
normal.
election. Why
He
not?
can
Hands
win the
down.
election. I wonder what people are
Hands
saying. It's
down.
only this delegate thing
It's
that is the
just the
obstacle, that
fallacy
is
that
the
people are
hurdle. He
If
has
spreading,
to
they give
cross.
him the
saying
ticket, he can
the
win
not,
election. That
the
one
not,
is
the not,
why
the not
not?
Okay.
every time. How many
You
states
people
they
are
call not? How many
saying
states?
Mike is there saying Biafra. Nobody's thinking of Peter Obi in that way, my brother.
When did I say Biafra?
Nobody's thinking. Look at Ete and
If they
Igbo here.
support him and give
Are
Peter
they
the
not
ticket, he will win
anti-Biafra?
election. Why
Are they
not?
not the ones still talking Peter Obi? Yeah, nobody is looking at it that way, my brother. It's only this.
The only people not looking at it that
The only way
way.
Peter Obi can lose is when they face him with Osinbajo
Hello, gentlemen. Let me
and
put
the
this to you.
Nasarawa governor Sule.
So, would
A
you
very
guys
good
agree
man.
with me? Hold on. Would you guys agree with me that we are playing tribal politics in Nigeria?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we are playing tribal. So, Igbo people will vote for Igbo candidate, and you think that Hausa people will see another northerner on the ticket, and they will come and vote for your own candidate.
How many states?
Oma,
That is
I
what I'm
wonder
telling
how.
you
How
now.
many
How
states?
many
I
It's not
Why
only
wonder.
are we
Abuja
saying
that
things
is
like
in
that?
the
How
north.
many
Jesus.
states? How many
It's
Do
not
you
states are we
only
and do you
talking
Abuja
guys
that
about?
is
know?
in the
Do you
north.
guys
Let's
know that
see.
we are more
Ajani
divided?
Koko, let's start
Hold on,
naming the
hold
states,
on.
and
Do
I'll
you
tell you
know?
how many states Peter will
Do
be
you
win in the
do,
north.
do you know that we are more divided than ever before in the history of that country now? Do you guys know that?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that sound to you? What does that mean to you politically?
It means that the northern tribes, the other tribes in the north, most of them are also not pro-Fulani as before, because they've seen how they have suffered some
Wow, this
injustices
guy.
themselves.
Let me ask my Igbo.
Because we are
Keep
thinking that the
dreaming.
whole
So
north
Yeah,
is
because they suffer
one
yeah,
among
tribe.
themselves, they won't
yeah.
vote for
I can't
themselves
wait.
anymore. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Guys,
The
See this
whole
one.
north is not one tribe. The whole
wait.
north is not
Can you
one
So
guys
you
tribe.
are
hear me?
saying Igbos won't vote for themselves anymore because they were shooting each other
Yeah,
So are
because
you
they are
trying to
CSN, they
tell
kill
me
each
that?
other.
Are you trying to
minded
tell me
that
that Atiku is from the same tribe with Autumn, or with the governor
wait.
or with
Forget
an
Autumn
Hausa? Is
is more
Am I
Atiku an
by
even
Hausa
on
Southern
man?
mic?
guy,
Can
man. Forget that one.
I think I'm on mic.
Autumn is more from the Southern Benue. The Northern Benue is
Okay,
more with the
forget about
North.
Autumn.
The Southern Benue is
Is
from.
I don't
Atiku
think
an
I'm
Hausa
mic.
man? Is
Who
Atiku an
cares?
Hausa man himself?
What are you talking about, man? What are you
Hello.
arguing?
No,
What
that
is
is
it?
a simple question. Is Atiku an Hausa man? Because we feel like the
Who
north is
cares?
one tribe.
But
The
they will
North, man. They vote
not
North,
vote
man.
for
Man.
Igbo because they are not
Don't
Fulani. This
vote
is the point.
not. It has been shown.
Just because they are
Can you
not.
Northern,
bring
see,
where?
Northern
Can you
Muslim.
bring in
Listen.
history where the north has voted not? Stop saying
So
the
the
north vote not.
Uh,
Bring
so
it. Bring the
this
proof.
lady that
so the North has been voting East, Abi.
this lady that
Bring
they
the
killed
proof
the
They
other
have been
day.
now.
voting for Anambra.
One at a time, please.
Guys,
Wait,
wait,
this
wait.
lady that they killed the
Can you
other
guys hear
day.
me? Am I even on
Wait
camera?
now,
Can you guys hear me?
this lady that they killed the other day. Now
Uh,
you're telling me that her
let me
tribe
yeah,
are so much pro Fulani.
The
Her
North
tribe
it doesn't mean Fulani. The North is the North. The North doesn't mean Fulani. Forget that one, man.
But
Mike, the
Ajani
north
Koko
is
The
was
not the
North,
talking about
north.
tribal
The
politics.
north is
That's
not
what
the
we are
north.
talking
even you are
about.
talking about the girl that got killed. It has nothing to do with Fulani. It has to do with Islam. What are you talking about, man?
But her
But
tribe, most
man,
of them, they are
see,
Christians. Don't you know
No,
that?
but
most of the
Mike,
Northerners are Muslim. The majority of the Northerners
Most,
are Muslim.
so
Mike,
you're saying
About
there is no
90% of Northern.
Christians in
Where you can't. If you are saying the Christian vote in the North is what you are relying on, good luck for that. Good luck on that one.
No,
Mike.
Ajani Koko pointed out tribal politics. That's what we are talking about, not religion.
When we say that, what he meant is the Northerners vote North. That they see themselves as one. The Northern Muslim North. That's where they see themselves.
Then
In the
I'm
south,
asking
in the
you,
south,
Mike,
in the south, listen, there are tribes in the north is
Let me
available.
answer him, Let me answer him. I'm asking you, Mike, when in the history has the North voted North purely? When?
There's nowhere where anyone has voted purely, but largely is what we are saying. Largely.
So which largely? Which largely are we talking about? Apart from 2015, when has the North voted largely for Northern and when?
2007 or 2008.
Thank you. Why did they
Yaradua was a consensus candidate. Nobody would have defeated Yaradua. Nobody
what are
would
you
have
talking
defeated
about? What do you mean by consensus candidate? You are talking about general vote, general election.
Consensus candidate.
What do you mean by consensus?
He was a consensus because he was placed there. What political background did
it was zoning that placed him there? Zoning.
When
zoning was still working?
Was he a superpower in the North?
I just told you that we are more divided today than ever. We are talking about now. Everything is so tribal now, man. And even me, I never thought of tribal now. As educated as I am, as educated as I am, I never thought I would become this tribal. With this now, Nigeria, we are so tribal now.
And you are ignoring
the fact that we are more tribal than ever before.
They will not vote for you now.
Oh, I'm trying. If you want to, if you want to, just go and become a trial. Go outside there, go see.
Yoruba men want Tinubu to be president. Igbo want to be. I mean, what are you talking about?
Somebody from Inewiabi, really?
Yeah, what are you talking about? You are championing your own candidate. So you think Northerner will not champion their own candidate? You expect them to come for your own candidate
for you because they
are foolish people.
Yes, it says that the Northerners are fed up with Northerners being
not enough to vote for them.
They are fed up.
Why don't you make your statement straightforward? You're talking about tribe and you're talking about Northern. Are you saying the entire North is one tribe?
The North see themselves as one. When it comes to national, when it comes to national, where the South and the whole country is involved, the North come together against the South. They see themselves as one tribe when it gets to that point. You understand?
Shehu Sani just told us that.
That's the point. But when it comes to that national,
and Shehu Sani is from the core North.
They are using it to score political points to discourage the South. That's what they are doing. They are bringing blanket statements. They are just saying blanket statements so that it will look like they have numbers. They don't have any numbers. Which numbers?
But let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys this. Any Northerner that will win election in the North, believe it, that is a Northern candidate, even though he's a Southerner, is a Northern candidate. If you are not a Northern candidate, you can never win election as a Southerner in the North. Take that.
That is a lie. The North has always voted for
everything is a lie. Everything is a lie.
How can you say that, and one man?
Okay, we have historical evidence to this fact.
Bring it, please.
Obasanjo was a candidate of the North when he became president. Hold on. Obasanjo was candidate of the North when he became president.
Of Nigeria.
Let me hold on, man. Obasanjo was candidate of the North. If the Northerner did not put weight behind him,
Olufalaye was candidate of Nigeria. Obasanjo
was our candidate. Olufalaye was our candidate. All right.
So Yoruba candidate. He's not of Nigeria anything. Yoruba candidate.
Now, when Jonathan won election in 2011, he was candidate of the North. The North put a very strong weight behind him. And when the Northerners were fed up with him, they kick him out like the way they kick football.
They didn't kick him out. Yoruba kicked him out. Yoruba kicked him out. Not the Northerners. It's Yoruba that kicked him out. Without Tinubu,
do you know how many
won? Without Tinubu.
Well, you can say that you are right, but we saw the northerner. I'm telling you, the northerner kick him out. Do you know how many northerner that voted out from PDP and joined APC? Do you know them?
I wish one man can pull another data that shows the northern states that voted for.
Saraki was a northerner. I mean, he's a northerner. Hold on. Saraki was a northerner. He lost Kwara. What do you call that comedian in Kogi State, that senator?
Dino Melaye.
Dino Melaye, he was the leader in Kogi State. He pulled out. They lost Kogi State. Otom, that you are talking about, they left to APC. They lost Plateau and Benue. Then Atiku, he left. He left, what do you call this, his state? Adamawa. They lost Adamawa. Then Kwankwaso left in Kano. They lost Kano. Tambuwa left in Sokoto. They lost Sokoto. What are you talking about? You guys should just face reality. What is wrong with you?
Did you not get up to 5 states?
What are you talking about?
Did you not get up to 5 states in the north?
Just face reality.
It's not about.
If the Yorubas did not give it
what are you talking about? Do you know how many? Do you know how many votes? Do you know how many votes that came out from those states? Kano alone.
It's Buhari that gave Buhari a presidency.
Kano alone had about 1.5 million votes. What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. Are you denying the fact that
you guys should just face reality?
Ascano not always supported Buhari. Ascano not always supported Buhari. It's because of Buhari won that election simple because of the Yorubas. Simple as ABC. There's no amount of manipulation.
You
won that election because of the Yorubas.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you guys this. Let me tell you guys this. If those people are mentioned their name, if they didn't leave PDP, if they remain in PDP, Jonathan will have won the election, even though that Yoruba voted for Buhari. Jonathan will have still won.
Let's interrogate. Hold on,
Jonathan will have won that election.
Let's interrogate that space, that narrative. So we're going to look at who won what and by what percentage. So this is 2015. So we start with Abia State. Jonathan won that. He got 94% of the vote. Adamawa, Buhari won that, but he got 58%. So that's also somewhat of a tight race. Akwa Ibom, Jonathan won that. He got 93%. Anambra, Jonathan won that. He got 98%. Bauchi, a resounding victory for Buhari, 91%. Bayelsa, Jonathan won that resoundingly, 98%. Benue, a tight call, 54 to 44. Buhari edged it. Borno, 94%, and a resounding victory for Buhari. Cross River, a resounding victory for Jonathan, 92%. Delta State, Jonathan still holding 95%. Ebonyi, 88%, still resounding for Goodluck Jonathan. A tight race in Edo State, 41% Buhari, 57% Jonathan takes that. Ekiti, a tight race, 40% Jonathan, 40% Buhari rather. Goodluck Jonathan took it by 58%. So that's the first Yoruba state. Enugu State, Buhari just 2%, Jonathan 96%. Gombe State, 78% Buhari, 21%. So Jonathan shows some presence there. Somewhat 18% to 79% Imo State, Goodluck Jonathan takes it. Jigawa State, 85% Buhari, 13% Goodluck Jonathan. Kaduna, closer than you would think, 69% Goodluck Buhari, 29% Goodluck Jonathan. Kano, 89%, Buhari 10%, Goodluck Jonathan. Katsina 92%, Buhari 6%, Jonathan. Kebbi 83% to 14%, Buhari takes that. So Kogi State 62% to 35%, Buhari edges it, you would say, a performance by Jonathan. 68 to 30, Kwara, Buhari takes that as well. So now Lagos State, which is the state that Tinubu controls, so which is the state that people are saying gifted 54% to Buhari, 43% to Goodluck Jonathan. So Lagos State almost an even split. 46%, this is Nasarawa State, which Jonathan stole from Buhari, or did he steal it? 46% Buhari, 53% Jonathan. So Jonathan takes Nasarawa 80% to 18%. Niger State, Buhari takes that. Ogun State, 57% Buhari, 40%, 39% Goodluck Jonathan. So a tight call, you say that is. Ondo State, 53% to 44%, Buhari takes that. So that's almost an even split. Osun State, 59% to 38%, Buhari takes it. Oyo State, 59% to 34%, Buhari takes it. Plateau State goes to Goodluck Jonathan, 55% to Goodluck Jonathan, 43% to Buhari. Rivers, 4% Buhari, 94% Jonathan. Sokoto, 80% Buhari, 18% Jonathan. Taraba, Goodluck Jonathan takes Taraba, 53% he takes to Buhari's 45%. Yobe, 94% Buhari to 5% Jonathan. Zamfara, 80% to 19%. No guesses. Buhari takes it. Goodluck Jonathan actually takes Abuja, but narrowly. 51% to Jonathan, but 47% to Buhari. So that's been the thing. If you look at the Yoruba spaces, Goodluck Jonathan actually takes Ekiti, and the spaces that Buhari did take is a near 50-50 split, but with Buhari edging it somewhat. So it wasn't as though the Yorubas resoundingly. I think it's actually the North that gave Buhari the presidency from the readings of the data.
That is what I'm telling them. This Yoruba, they say, oh, Yoruba, so that, Yoruba, so that. Look at the pattern of vote in Yoruba land. Almost free. Yoruba even vote a lot. A lot of Yoruba even voted for Jonathan. If they have voted for Buhari like that, we would have.
I would say two things that messed Jonathan up in the Southwest was, one, he didn't campaign for one, and two, the marginalizing of the Yorubas in his cabinet. Those are the two things that mess him up. Because the first election, he won the Southwest. No, the first election that he won the Southwest, put him in. But that second election, when he started listening to his Igbo friends telling him, don't trust Yorubas, marginalize them. And he was, that's what killed him in that second election. That's what happened, man. We all know that. They start telling him, they don't trust those Yorubas. Imagine kick them on the side.
I have a question.
I know how you guys talk when you get together with South.
I have a question. You guys hear me?
Yes, so if you can ask, if CVD lets you, you can ask.
It's to my Igbo brothers in this panel, and this is very important. I have blamed IPOP for your demise. That's my position, and I'm not changing. But I have a question. Let me finish, please. Can I ask the question before you?
If CVD lets you, then
let me ask the question. Let me answer the question so you can then jump inside, please. This is a very important question. Who are the prominent Igbo people in the APC that you think that they should have put down as candidates to run against PDP?
Why are you trying to change the direction?
No. I'm going somewhere here. Who are you said that the party should have put down for fairness? It should have, no. I'm going somewhere. You said they should have put down Igbo people to run from both parties for fairness. So give me names. No.
Nobody said that. We're advocating for Peter Obi.
My brother, don't change the
No. Because they brought up that in when it was your last turn in 1999.
Even that voting pattern does not favor Peter Obi.
I said no. I'm saying that even the Igbo people in the APC that can have run for office, you guys can publicly
destroy
them.
APC? We don't care about APC. I wonder who said that.
Okoro Hausa, You
Nobody is.
kind of finish them publicly. Now they're not viable. No party is going to put them in a platform when people hate them. So you kind of sort of.
So in your narrative,
it's
is only APC that can produce a president or what?
Give me names in APC that are Igbo people in APC that should have been on the ballot.
They don't have to be in APC. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't have to be.
I'm saying for fairness sake, like, okay, it should have been your turn. So naturally, it should have been both parties fielding an Igbo candidate. So
they have party. If you're talking about APC, unless you're looking for, obviously, if you're looking for someone in the level of Tinubu, you might not find. But they are contestants.
So the question in CBD, if the two parties were to field Igbo candidates, so who would arrowhead both parties?
Yeah, they should. There are several.
Amaechi is not an Igbo man
now. Southeast, please. Let's be fair.
Give me Southeast. Amaechi, are you the ones, the people that will tell Amaechi what he is?
Oh God!
The man have said it time and time again that he's an Igbo man.
He's an Ikwere. It's an Ikwere man.
Okay, Okorocha.
You don't know Ikwere past me myself.
So that's the answer right there. Settle down and say, but anytime you are here, we would never.
Here we go. That's the reason why I asked. The most viable person Okorocha, but you guys destroyed him publicly. You turned him into something.
Oh God! I just said, and you're still doing. Let's hear from Babati.
You guys turned against him. Remember your iPod boys. Turn this guy into some kind of anti-Igbo. So how can an APC?
They turned him into a joke figure.
Yes. How can APC then put the person that his own people hate on the ballot? You guys destroyed him publicly now. So you blame IPOP and their boss once again for if you lose this. Let me put that on this platform. If they don't win, blame IPOP and their boys for what they did to your own tribe. That's
Babati. All the Southeast needs is Peter Obi to get PDP ticket finish.
They don't need
APC. They don't need APC at all.
And if you say they need APC, put Amaechi for us. We have
Amaechi is not Igbo. Stop this nonsense.
No. Don't worry about whether it's Igbo or not.
What do you mean by this person? The man is South.
Is this the two rapper narrator? We're back to two rapper. Is this two rapper again?
Why are you giving your
one man? Please don't let your platform just go. Let's make this conversation to continuously be intelligent now. And if you want to talk about Igbos from the southeast, is it only Okorocha that is there? What of
it's inviting names now? Give us names. Is what people like.
No, Okorocha is one of the founder. Okorocha is one of the founder of APC. He was this guy really brought up guy to match with APC. And the guy, in fact, I was like, this guy should be the next president. For 2015. In my mind, I'm like, Okorocha, this guy here should be the next president because he's what we Igbo talk. And the guy is so detribalized because the guy was speaking Hausa. Igbo people started any Igbo man that like other tribe, they will hate the guy. Because the guy was speaking Hausa, they started calling you Okoro Hausa. They turned against the guy simply because the guy was showing love to other tribes, and there's no way he can be president if you don't show love to other tribes. Because Okorocha was showing love to the north, that's politics, and they were insulting him. And you guys, you're killing yourself. The only Igbo man you want to like is one that they say like
my brother. All these things people are saying is just it doesn't make. I don't. Maybe it's all these primary two people that will believe all this rubbish people are saying. But the point is that if
you are just in a state of denial, that's all.
If you're talking about Igbo, no problem. Give it to Amaechi.
You guys only like politicians like Abari, you know. I don't know Abari can be president of Nigeria. It's not possible. You guys only like the one that will come and support your Uzobu shit. The one that's open to other people, you hate him. You say Yoruba or Hausa and all that shit.
Okorocha had problem in the east because of his stone. That is why he had problem. Not because of his spoke Hausa. We should not be speaking lies. Because
someone like what about Joe Igbo? Because Joe Igbo, listen. Joe Igbo, because Joe Igbo show like kind of like law for Yorubas and things like that. They hate him. They will say it's no longer Igbo. It's a Yoruba man. They say it's anti-Igbo. Say it's a Yoruba man. It's no longer Igbo man. We dash into Yorubas. And that kind of person is who can become because Yorubas will vote for someone like Joe Igbo because they know that this Igbo man like them.
One at a time. Yeah.
He did
They
not
went
change
to
the
burn his
fact that the
house.
Southwest betrayed Jonathan. That's
It's
all.
not betrayal,
Forget
bro.
that one when they
Betrayed
talk, man. Nobody betray
Jonathan,
anything.
Southwest
Betrayal.
We owe him money to be loyal to him. What's the betrayal there?
I
How can you
wonder.
say
So you're
betray?
telling
I
us that
wonder how this
is
betrayal.
northern people. Didn't we know? Okay, let's assume the entire North voted for Buhari. Didn't we know that the North are going on their own before? So we should go and hold
Listen,
the
the
North
point,
instead of holding our fellow Southern brothers. We should go and hold the North.
There's no
He
fellow
won
anymore.
only
you are
Ekiti.
missing the point in CBD. What we are
Only
telling you
Ekiti.
is
That's what he won.
your
Only Ekiti.
politician that's
Forget it.
being
Why did you
friendly.
people? Why did Babati even go to? Is that what we are talking about? If you're talking about
As I
APC,
won't run,
is it
yeah.
only APC that we can use to win the presidency?
It does.
Why
You
would you
need
put your head in
presidency.
one
You
basket?
need either PDP or
Is it
APC.
only
Listen.
APC?
Why would
You
you
stand
put
a
your head in one
stronger chance.
basket?
Listen,
Who
you
does
stand a
that?
stronger chance of having Igbo president. If you have Igbo
Yeah, they
in both
have two
parties.
people now that won.
You understand? You stand
Who
a
does
stronger
one
chance. Just like
only?
in 2019, they had Buhari in the APC, Atiku
And
in
the people
PDP.
in PDP.
So that gave them strong. That was guaranteeing northern
Exactly. I
presidency.
mean, I
You
don't
guys,
get
you
it.
guys don't know.
Ask Google in the comment section. Is telling you people the truth, and he's a Yoruba man.
Rabbi,
There,
listen
man.
to me, guys. Wait. Imagine having to have an to say, okay, is the turn of Yoruba people. We now say because Saraki is Yoruba and is from Kwara, we now vote for him. Imagine that would never happen. You have to be from that space.
Not Yoruba.
That's not
Yoruba.
Even if it's Yoruba,
Forget
you
about
get
the
Yoruba
space.
vote for. No. I'm saying that
We vote for him. Forget that propaganda.
when
We
it's
vote
done,
for him like
really,
crazy.
because it's
You
Yoruba.
Okay,
vote for
so
him.
hold on. Let me say something. So, if you see, what do you call Amaechi as an Igbo man, but an Igbo man from South Zone. So, if you vote for him now, and he completed his maybe maximum of 8 years,
8 years, yes.
and the power go to the north, and after that it comes down to the south.
Will you say
would you from the east want to come and say, okay, you want to have it again? Would you want to contest it again?
This Southeast president.
No, I
What
say
were they
question.
calling it before? Before they started calling it Southeast president.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Yes. Would you still be calling for Southeastern presidency that, oh, we have not got it, it is our turn? Would you still come up with that narrative?
Your question is clear. It was called Igbo presidency before. All of a sudden, it started calling it Southeast presidency.
Southeast.
Southeast. They don't say Igbo president.
That's what they're calling it now.
Go by zone.
It's by zone, not tribe. It's by zone, not tribe.
It's not tribe. We Yoruba have tribe in Kogi State. Yoruba have tribe in Kwara State. But those two, they are northwest. I mean, they are not central. They are not southwest.
They're not southwest. So I won't vote for Saraki because it's Yoruba. I'm like, no, if it's not from my side, I wouldn't vote for him.
You want us to believe you won't vote for Saraki if it's Saraki versus Amaechi, you will not vote for Saraki, Abi.
And the fact that Amaechi is Ikwere,
I'm saying
the fact that Amaechi is Ikwere, they're not going
to I said if it's the turn of the Southwest, I won't vote for Saraki because he's not from Southwest, although it's Yoruba. It's my point.
Yes.
So why is that very difficult to understand? It's your turn as Southeast. Why are you not campaigning for
if it's the only person presented as the candidate from of Yoruba heritage, you won't vote for him because
it's not Southwest.
So it's
not Southwest.
I don't get this, bro. I don't get what you're
It's not Southwest.
So
why do you want to?
Ajani Koko, let me answer your question. If Amaechi becomes the president and serves his 8 years, do you know what will happen after that 8 years? Do you know what will happen after that? The Southeast will come and tell you that they've not had a real Southeast, just like the way Yoruba is telling us.
They will start calling him fake. They will say Amaechi was a fake Igbo. So he wasn't
a fake Igbo.
Normal. You see one man doing it here. Normal. You see one man doing it here with OBJ. That's what they are going to come and say. You see
the way people are denying Shore that is not Yoruba is a joke.
I will come to your place and deal with you over there. I will fly to your location. I will deal with you. I will fly over there.
What is that?
I don't know. This is the weirdest session we've had so far. So many just odd background noises. Yeah.
On a more serious note, this thing is by region, it's by zone, not tribe necessarily. It just means that you're the majority in that zone, so you're more viable to get it in that zone.
Truthfully, is by zone because
it's not tribe.
In CBD, you can't really claim Amaechi in a Nigerian context because Amaechi will be chopping South time.
Yeah, now
you understand. It's going to be chopping South time, and when it's time for South, we'll start hearing nonsense.
You will hear South. So
you should leave Amaechi for South and look for candidates.
Even in the South, my brother, let me ask you, even in the South, if they give it to another Ijoman now, wouldn't the other tribes, Efik, what is it called, Urobo, Isoko, all those people, wouldn't they come out and say that they want?
It is their zone, bro.
Is it not the South man?
But that would be among them. It's kind of like the Southwest. If they give it back to another state man, people will start to say, we need a Oyo man or something. So that will be our business.
No, it's different. Those are different tribes in the South.
I get it, but that would be issue among them.
Different tribes in the South.
That's why I tell people like instead of advocating for Akwa Ibom man, they go there, they go fight for Igbo man to be president.
Even when they were setting up,
forget me.
When they were setting up security outfits, and they asked Wike, Wike said that where will they start from? That the other time he tried to make some calls, and every tribe is saying that they want their own. So they couldn't. The South was not able to present one security outfit. You know, so
do you think if the Igbos don't get the presidency this time around, they will ever get it?
They wait for
because I see a situation where we will never have an Igbo president. In fact, I cannot see a situation where we will ever.
You should also see a situation where Nigeria will not exist then.
I can see
that. There's a speculation that they say when this guy was before he died, say what's his name, the prime minister. They say he plays a curse on the Igbo. He said that
yes, Sunday Bakari went to the.
Why you guys? Because we have exposed the betrayal of the Southwest. Now you people have decided to change it to Igbo topic.
That one is a scam.
I'm still trying to determine how to manage CBD on this page. You can't say words without him trying to.
Why are you guys playing tricks? We are seeing it clear. If you like, remove me, no problem. But
I can't remove you now. How can I remove you? I'm just asking you to. I'm just asking you to let other people speak.
Are you not Yoruba yourself? Were you not born in Lagos?
He's a Lagos born guy.
What are you talking about? Which Igbo? You be fake Igbo. You be Igbo.
His diet cook.
One man, let me ask you one question. Do you feel that zoning should be enshrined in our constitution?
I think it must
be. As a way to move forward the country called Nigeria, because it's obvious that we are too tribal, and if we continue doing open ticket, we'll be having problems like this. We should have when it's Southwest, everybody knows the Southwest. When it's Southeast, everybody knows the Southeast. When it's Southside, everybody knows.
Do you mean zoning along geopolitical zones, or just a split of North and South? I agree.
You're still going to have this problem.
I agree North and South, but I don't agree geopolitical zones. No.
You should, because that means that the powerful people in a zone will be more dominant than the other people.
Yes, now because
that's not the whole point of politics. That's the whole
point. That Yoruba are the big daddies because they have allies in the North Central. That's why he's saying he wants South North, because he wants it to be rotating with outside Yoruba. Which is not fair. Yeah. So the thing is, they should zone it geopolitical zones. It will be turn of Northwest, Northeast, North Central, like that. It's better that way. And
so you are telling me as a Nigerian,
the first 6 positions should be shared with the 6 geopolitical zones in the country.
Hold on, Babate. We have to only have one voice. We just have anyway. This session, I gave up on this session 20 minutes into it, so it's a free for all. But But to what you are saying, I agree, and I think we've discussed it on this platform before that it should be enshrined in the constitution. But I don't agree along the geopolitical zones. No, the other thing that I think should be in the constitution is they should remove the INEC chairman as an appointee of the presidency. So this should be like a strong majority within the Senate that appoints that space. The same with the police chief and the EFCC and the ICPC. A lot of things should not be at the behest of one person or one political party. But certainly, yes, power shift, I think it should be enshrined, but I think it should be time barred. So they say for the next 50 years, because we cannot in perpetuity have that be the case. But until we become more civilized,
Can I say something? See, listen, anyone that believes that that's zoning is an idea. It's just not a wise person. Because think about it this way. If God say, okay, I'm sending a Messiah to that country to go and save that country, to be born in Nigeria, and now that Messiah turned 40, and the day he turned 40, right? That's the day Yoruba, let's say the Messiah is a Yoruba man, for example. Now that day was when the Yoruba president was leaving. Now, if he has to wait for 5 other zones to be president, serve 8 years each before he that Messiah get a chance to become president now, Nigeria just lost that Messiah that God gave them.
Let me answer your
So
question.
this idea of zoning is a brainless idea in the first place. Well, we should be thinking about it. Is it that we go to, is it that we go to regional system, or we'll just eliminate this tribalism shit and be serious about moving country forward and start looking for the best people to rule, to become president? Because this zoning shit is just backward.
Mike, God should.
Let me answer you.
God should not.
The thing is that God is not the author of confusion. First. You understand? First is not the author of confusion. So if he is going to bring a Messiah, he will definitely bring a Messiah.
So you know God, eh?
Is God the author of confusion?
So you are telling me Messiah
is God the author of confusion before? God is not the author of confusion.
So the show God is giving you right now. God can give you blessing. It's up to you. So now you can't tell me God
is a Messiah. Who says Showere is Messiah?
Come on now. Maybe it's God sent. How do you
listen. God will give you your talent.
If God sent, God will give him.
Okay, I get a question for you. Ete. So those people will God give talent in something. We say they don't end up fulfilling it. So God make mistake, Abi. God will give you what you want to give you. Now
Jesus Christ talked about it. Where he gave people talents or people buried it, he gave some people talents or people multiplied.
Now the same thing now. So if God give Nigeria the Messiah, so okay, take
God no fit give Messiah for one region. God no fit give Messiah for one region.
God can only give you one Messiah now. And he has to come from somewhere.
If God gave us the Messiah, he will give him the wherewithal to fulfill his ambition.
So what is the Messiah?
No, but if the people don't work with God, now if people see, God give everybody with a brain to use, right? Now if we are doing senseless things, right, and we use our own backwardness to counter our blessing God give us, then our fault.
Work with God. You saw it in the time of Egypt.
Because God can only
the Israelites
if God wants if God. So if God wants to Jesus from Nigeria.
All right, let's hear from Meadowman, but Showore is not God's choice. It's Yemoja's choice, as he already told us. But let's hear from Meadowman. Meadowman, sorry, you were struggling to come in.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mike what about God's Messiah to Nigeria. If God won't send Messiah to Nigeria now, because
Mike
it is a waste of time.
That is the only Igbo man that is Mike friend.
let me tell you guys, see, Messiahs are born everywhere in that country. We don't respect Messiahs.
Now, because if he doesn't die of road accident, police will shoot them, or bandits will kill them, so God won't even try it. Nigeria is not a place to say. You have to send a normal person that can go there and do well about regional zoning in the constitution. I think it should be, and I think it should be to the 5 zones. But I think with that, I mean to the 6 zones. With that, it should be a president's term should be limited to like 5 or 6 years until we become civilized. I'm quoting one man. Until we become, then we can revisit that amendment in this constitution. But it is something, because if not, every time we will have this money back politics and people selling themselves and buying themselves. I mean, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. Look at what is going on. A country where the minimum wage is 30,000 naira, and you have people paying 100 million naira to get a ticket, and we know that
they are still killing girls in the name of Mohammed. We don't go civilized in the next 100 years. I don't know, man. When are we going to be civilized? That's the question.
I don't think,
because you guys keep saying we have to wait till we become civilized.
I don't think we can ever be civilized. I don't think we can.
Nigeria is just that place. That place where you know, like somebody said, like where banana eats the monkey. Everything is upside down. Right?
I fell last night about almost 40 years ago. You know?
Yeah, banana eats the monkey. The grass eats the cow. Everything in Nigeria. How can a nation that has its official salary, minimum wage of 30,000 naira, you have another place where people are paying 100 million naira? Do you know how many lives that could change?
Do you think Nigeria is workable, middleman? Do you think it can work?
I will not say it can't work, but I don't see any indication that Nigeria will work. But I know it has potential to work. But I don't see that happening. That's just the thing, unfortunately.
You know, I don't see it. I like you. I can see how it can work. But I don't see that it ever will, you know, because what are we now? We're going on 80 years as somewhat a country, and look at where we are. You can't just see.
What about in southern Nigeria? What about southern Nigeria?
No, that can't work either. That can't work either.
One man. That's a mistake. That's where I'm making a mistake, right?
We are the problem of that country. We the people.
With the people, yeah.
It can work, but our brainlessness, our tribalism, our religious sentiment, these are all this nonsense that will not make it work.
Sorry, Middleman, do you see those things changing in the near or even medium or even long-term future? So that brainlessness, that ethnicity, that religious divide, that chasm in worldview, do you ever see that changing?
No, it's not changing. It's never going to change. I mean, let's look at it down the line. The next 25 years, it can't change.
Look, I think
in the next 25 years, we will still be rolling like this. Because divisive elements are what the politicians use it, you know, to divide us the more and then perpetuate themselves in government and continue to make it work for only themselves and not for we the people. And we people are so dogmatic, we follow them, we think they are fighting for our cause, but rather they're fighting for themselves and only their family and their associates.
Ajale Koko, do you know what accounts for that 25 years that you stated? If you look at the guys that did the Deborah thing in Sokoto State, if you look at that demography, both in age, culture, and religion, then you see why that 25 years is. So those boys, they'll be within the brackets of between 19 to no older than 24.
I even saw like 7-year-old boy among them, like a bunch of little boys, 10-year-old boys among them.
They're so ingrained in that mindset. Yes. And they're not an anomaly to the space. They're not unusual. They are pretty much the normal mindset. So if
One man,
somebody
let me
within the
tell you what
age
the
of
problem is.
hold on, then you can come in. If somebody within the age of 19 to about 23, they are that already indoctrinated, that tribal, that religiously bigoted, that extreme. So that's the 25 years now. So they are not then going to come to some realization if they can go, if they are extreme enough, because that's the most extreme anybody can be to do what they did. So if they are that far gone, there's nothing that is going to reverse those people to any form of normalcy. But Mike, yeah, come in.
Okay, let me tell you what the problem is. I always tell my Yoruba people or my Southern people, like, you are the problem because you are waiting for Nigeria to advance before you advance. Now, let me tell you the solution. Let's say we Yorubas will focus on advancements, advancing ourselves, advancing our region, right? And we come up with a sophisticated way of advancement, and we start advancing like the Chinese or something like that. Guess what? The Northerners will look that place and say, whoa, you have a little England or little London in that area. What are they doing? What is their way? They will follow you. They will abandon whatever they are doing in their region. Like, okay, we have to be like these people. But unfortunately, the rest of us, we are not advancing. We are sitting back and waiting for the North to get it together. The thing is, when one group of people begin to advance, everybody else will follow. That's just what it is.
Let me tell you.
Even if it's one small tribe in Nigeria, they begin to advance among them. See, like technologically, everything, everybody will look up to them and start following them.
Mike, let me tell you, to achieve that, the leaders, the political leaders.
No, sorry, don't need politics to advance. I'm sorry.
No, hold on. The political leaders have a leading role to play in that respect. You see, when you have the right leaders in place, hold on now. When you have the right leaders in place, in position of power, and they can, they can, manage both the human and resources well to the advantage, to the development of their society. You understand what I'm saying?
You're talking about development, but I'm talking about advancement.
Yes, advancement and development. Yes, it goes together. So when it's clear, if people on the other side can see that, look at advancement, look at development, look at everything going well in that place. What is the cause? You will see some of their leaders, good leaders that have the right mind, like our own leaders, we jump into the race and said, I will make my own place look like those people. I will give you free education. I will give you good health service. I will do this for you. And that is how you see development will spread around everything. It has happened before.
You have a good point. Like I will over time and things like that.
During the Second Republic, when we were doing free education.
Yeah.
But here's the East was not doing free education. The North was not doing it. But when they saw it successful in the West, Jimu Wabodo came to Lagos to meet with Jakonde. How did you do this thing? I want to do it in Anambra too. And they give him the template how to do it. And they went, the same thing, Rimi came. I said, how are you people doing this free education? And the same way they introduced it. They came to the West and come and look at the way we were doing all these things that was working, pipe-borne water, everything working good, good school and all the rest. And they were introducing it to their people. That is the way it was. The leaders have the most important and leading role to play in what you said there, Mike. But when you don't have good leaders, political leaders,
even recently, like when
what
Lagos,
did you say?
Yeah,
what did you say? What did you say in CBD?
No, I'm saying pipe-borne water because I'm trying to wonder which part of the Southwest. Maybe it's in a different one.
You think there was pipe-borne water everywhere? Is it not your Jaga Nigeria that you see borehole? It's in the villages that we used to have borehole. There was pipe-borne water all over the city. If you go to Abeokuta, you go to everywhere. We have pipe-borne water everywhere. All these corrupt people came and dismantled, and instead of investing more to improve more on this thing, they were siphoning all the money and everything packed up. It's bad leadership.
even recently, like when Lagos state began doing the whole taxation system, all those things, other states began to look into it like, whoa, why is Lagos able to raise money? And some started copying Lagos now. But one other mistake I think we are making, Angelico, is this: we believe that for advancement to happen, we have to have political leader in place to make it happen. But we don't necessarily have to. They're philanthropists, they're individual technocrats, all those people. They can come together and start making this thing happen.
No.
Private
You know, the political
level.
leader will create enabling environment for private investment to work
it's
and work
not in every,
better.
Listen, but it's not in every case that you need political leaders to be involved.
No.
And in cases where
listen. No, they have.
Well, I gotta go listen now.
Yes.
See, listen. I live in America here. People that have ideas, people that are advancing American society, they are not politicians. They are not members of. All they do is this: once they have the idea, once they come up with it, and the area where they need politicians to help them create policy and things like that, what they do is they approach the politicians and give them show them what they will benefit from it, and let them know like, hey, we just need you. Listen, exactly. Lobby, and we just tell them like, listen, we have the ideas to advance this community, this area, this thing with this idea, and once we advance, you're gonna benefit from it too. In fact, we cut you. Sorry, this amount of taxation will come out of money. I mean, this amount of money will come, and you can tax us, and we'll pay you. So all you have to do is you come with the idea, and then you bring the politicians on board along with your idea. Well, we Nigerians, we are not. That's not where we are thinking. We are just waiting for the politicians to come up with the ideas and lead us. But when you come to America and you see the way they do things, you begin to find out that most of the things they do here, like Las Vegas, for example, those guys, it was not built by politicians. Like most of the advantages I see in America, is individual group of white guys just came together.
Government created a labeling environment for those private organizations, to
Mike, what
I don't know why Nigerians always do this.
Yes.
Mike, what you're suggesting has never happened. If you look at the countries of the world, throughout history, there has always been a leading man, a visionary person.
Those visionaries were not politicians. They were not politicians. Go and look every aspect of advancement in the Western world. We're not done by politics. We're not initiated by politicians. It's just one individual. That's why they always put them in history books. All those guys, none of them were politicians or any political shit. This guy
no. Hold on, Mike.
Came up with ideas. Let me tell you. All the inventors, all the people breakthroughs they see in America and the West were not done by politicians.
Hold on,
individuals.
Mike. Hold on,
a group of individuals or corporations.
Political leadership created, put in place policies that make those private businesses, private ingenuity, and all these things to come to play. You see,
it's the other way around. The idea have to come in place before the policy can come in place.
Those inventors you talk about, they came out of school. It was a system that
education.
Most inventors did not go to school. In fact, many of them will drop out of school.
Who told you they didn't go to school? What are you talking about?
Go and look your history. Most people that came up with invented, Bill Gates drop out of school. He dropped out of school. The guy was like,
did he not go to school? He still went to school now.
He went to MIT. He went to MIT.
He went to school.
Bill Gates dropped out of college.
He went to school.
Most inventors in the world, it was not their so-called formal education that led them to.
Okay, let me tell you, Mike.
It was their passion and their own passion.
Even the education
is good. Don't mistake me. I'm not here to tell you that education is bad. We need education. Ask me questions. So that's not my argument at all. But what I'm telling you is,
education is the foundation of every investment whatsoever. Every invention or whatever is education.
No, the foundation is just the gift. It's the gift. It's the gift.
No. I don't want to do this again, Mike. We had this conversation the last time, but let's just move from there. It's just ludicrous.
Ludicrous. Okay, really?
It's ludicrous. Yeah,
so you have to go to college to become inventor, right?
You have to have a background base in anything to be able to do anything. But I don't want to have this because it's ludicrous. But
wait. I don't disagree with acquisition. Well, I don't disagree with acquisition of knowledge. But if you are telling me that it's a formal education that is necessary for you,
it's high school, not education. It's high school, not education. What are you talking about, Mike?
No, if you're saying formal education is the necessary tool to be able to do something, I don't necessarily
knowledge
agree because
acquisition is education.
It's education. It's education. We agree. We agree on knowledge acquisition. That on that base, we agree. One man. So that way, our misunderstanding can be cleared. Knowledge acquisition is essential. It's very important. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not formal education that's necessary. You understand? For example, you can educate yourself. You can just have passion about
you
maybe.
can't self-educate now, can you?
Oh man, why can't you not self-educate yourself? Can't you go to the library and pick up a science book and just get into it and discover?
But you have to know how to read before you pick up a science book.
Huh?
This is what I'm saying is ludicrous, but let's just leave it, man.
Hey, go to school, please.
It's ludicrous, really. Okay, well, it will be ludicrous. When I said but I learned this from people that are more advanced than you. It's not something I taught myself.
I'm going to ask you to leave.
Okay, let me leave then. I mean,
you're a ridiculous guy. It's too ridiculous for me. He thinks he's doing blue sky thinking, but it's just stupid. He thinks it's blue sky thinking, but it's just dumb. He just comes here to argue out of skill. He knows nothing about anything, and he just come up with this brainless something. You don't need knowledge to invent
in healthcare,
things.
We call it WebMDing, where people just look at something online and they start quoting diseases for you like they know they're the expert.
It's just ludicrous, isn't it? It's just ludicrous. And you try to explain it to him, he will be arguing blindly. It's just it's too frustrating. He thinks he's doing blue. You want to know what blue sky thinking is? Go and find out. That's not blue sky thinking. That's ludicrous. But it's just too much. But let's get it back on board. In fact, I want to seek to start to round off here because that's just frustrated me somewhat. So, gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off here to land on Ajale Koko. But let's kick it off with Igbo to land on Ajale Koko. Igbo, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm with you, one man.
Yeah, well, we've not heard more from you. I saw you driving a little bit. Now I can hear you munching on suya, but you know, we're now at that.
Then I was going home. I came home late, so.
All right. It's just been a weird session, somewhat. It never really took off in the manner that I thought. But
allow Mike in now. You know, Mike has always been a funny guy.
No. I want. It's just going to frustrate the space. He'll be arguing about things he doesn't know about. He will tell you that you only need a brain you don't need a lab to do anything, as though people don't know that you need a brain for him. The argument is just ludicrous, and it doesn't. It's either he's not penetrating people, or people are not penetrating him, and then he'll start to tell you that he's doing blue sky thinking, which is beyond your level, with something just ludicrous. Pedestrian nonsense is blue sky thinking, you know. But
one man, why did you remove Ajale Koko's friend now? Ajale Koko's body.
No, I want to round off, and it will continue to hammer some ludicrousness just to it's just too ludicrous now. You don't need background knowledge to be an inventor. And you say that it's just nonsense, man.
Ajale Koko brother.
It's still nonsense. I try to accommodate all thoughts, but it's just we have to have a base level of something. I say, it's too blue sky thinking for you. It's just nonsense, But then,
Middleman, why are you denying him now? Why are you denying your best friend?
If you want to provoke one man,
not so like me, because Mike no day again. He no day here now. You deny him. They say, I got to go.
One thing I've noticed about one man, once you
brother.
All right. So sorry, CBD. What have I done?
No, I'm saying if one thing I've noticed about you, if somebody just maybe use one wrong grammar to insult you like this, it's usually a problem.
No, it didn't insult me. It's just
not insult. Maybe like try to play on your intelligence.
No, it's not playing on my intelligence. We have to have a base level of understanding, and then from there we cascade up. So, because this is a follow-on conversation from a conversation that has happened previously, and I was trying desperately to avoid it because it's just an annoyance. The other time, DOG was here, the other time we were having this conversation about inventions, and then he was suggesting that Africa has to shut itself off from the rest of the world and develop from within. And we were explaining to him that you cannot really do that because a lot of the things that you need to for development, you still have to collaborate with some sort of knowledge. He said, no, you don't have to do that. So I said, okay, what does it take then to develop? So I said, okay, if you want to build a research center, what would you need? And he said, all you need is a brain. And we're saying, how do you equip it? He said you invent what you use to equip it. And then that became like a conversation. So there wasn't even any baseline of it's just
reinventing the wheel now.
Why was there
reinventing the wheel? And then this is where he's going to again. And when you try to even establish a baseline, he will say, "Oh, it's doing blue sky thinking." It's just a, it's a nonsense. It's too ludicrous a conversation to have. Too ludicrous.
Leave Mike alone.
I think now we know.
Do you understand? So it wasn't really. It's a conversation that we frustrate. Because when you don't even have a baseline, and that is where this was going to again. What were we even talking about? That he's saying you need a grounding to be an inventor. You need a grounding, do you not? Do you just wake up and then you grow up in the woods and then because you have a brain and then you invent it's just a nonsense, isn't it? It's too ludicrous. So that's just, and I didn't want us to go there because it'll just go on for forever. It's too ludicrous. But we have to have a baseline. Then we can disagree, agree, but on a baseline of understanding, not just some fanciful, and then they say, I have these friends, they're engineers, they're the top of the top. It's just ludicrous. It's too ludicrous.
Mike always have friends
that
are
just too ludicrous, So it wasn't. So I'm going to be pushed. I mean,
I think
I push me hard. Everybody pushes me hard. Pushes me hard. So I'm not averse to being pushed, but there has to be a baseline of, say the dumbest thing and you're saying it's blue sky thinking. It's just nonsense, but there it is. So
let's move forward one man.
Yeah. So I want to start to round off. So to land on, of course, Ajan Lekoko. So let's kick it off with you, Igbo.
Yeah, it's about the topic of hello, one man.
Well, if you don't know the topics, then just say a few words to us and then we carry on.
Okay. All right. My position, looking into what is going on in the politics across the country, I still believe in my man, someone like Osinbajo and this Nasarawa governor, who was able to raise his GDP of the state by at least 20%. You see that it's a good governor. So I know that man alongside Osinbajo will make a better leadership in this country for us. So I will call on Nigerians to look at those two guys very well. Then from the other area, Peter Obi and Wike. But anything that has to do with the northern candidate, please, we should stand against it in this country very, very well and make sure a southern candidate emerges as the next leader of this country. I don't want to know the part of the south it's coming from, whether it's from the east, whether it's from the west, whether it's from the south. Please, we should all keep our fingers crossed and make sure we have a southern candidate for the betterness of this country. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Igbo. So thank you, Igbo. I know you've been dipping in and out, so maybe next time you get front row. So that was Igbo. We couldn't really get to hear much from him today. From Igbo, we go to Babati. It's been a very weird session today, Babati. All right, we appear to have lost Babati. So we go on from Babati to Nsibidi. So Nsibidi, the routine.
Yes. It's a very engaging and wonderful session. But yeah, so Peter Obi, we are talking about Messiah and all that, and God have sent somebody and we are still looking for another person. But so I think we should, right now we are looking at it that the North, but people should be thinking long term. Anybody can win right now, but sometimes you need to, I mean, you can support anyone right now, but sometimes you need to look at the long-term effect of that. Um, this is how everybody neglected some of the potential, or should I say, the red flags of the incoming of this present administration. So personally, I feel like as much as we know the delegates control the governors control the delegates and all that. Um, we should not just assume that one man, everybody has agreed to be under him, and let also try our best to push for what we want. That is the main thing of politics. Donald Trump did not have any delegates or any national structure. The man was a reality star, reality TV, whatever, and he came and now is there. And now you see even most Republicans, even some Democrats, are even calling for him to. They are anticipating for him to return, and most likely, if things continue the way it is, no, he might stand a chance. So we should not always hope that the existing structure is the infinite and unshakable structure. If not, then we are doomed forever. So there will always be an element of change. There's a season for everything under the sun. So let us fix our mind on possibilities. That's how we become better, not just to assume that nothing will happen. I know all those structures. I understand everything. The fact that we are pushing for something positive does not mean I don't understand. I understand them, but at the same time, we know what we are looking for, and let us use our voice to push for, what is going to benefit the entire country. So, yeah, so that's all I have to say for now, one man. And the tribes, all this tribal thing we are doing, at the end of the day, I know that it's just out of love for our own people, but at the same time, we need to understand that we all Africans or Black people, specifically we from Nigeria, we have to think uh, collectively and what will benefit the entire space. That's the major motivation I have, supporting Peter Obi. To be honest, because I've heard him, I've seen what he wants to do and everything, and that's the hope that people are.
Nothing to do with tribe at all.
To be honest with you, I believe that tribe is part of it, but it's second to me because tribe is part of it because of fairness, equity, and justice. But most importantly, it's what I feel like, we need a change in that country so that we can start. We are talking about pipe-borne water. There's pipe-borne water if you go to Southern Africa. These are places that Nigeria is supposed to be much richer and, more powerful than. And they all have these things as basic amenities. Pipe-borne water, steady electricity, functioning systems. You can call the police. But unfortunately, we are here. Let us not continue celebrating mediocrity for these people and just praising them, and they have done nothing. So we need that change. All right. Thank you so much, Roman. There's a
All right.
lot. If I continue, we might stay up for another 30 minutes.
Well, this is it. They're not stopping you. You're objecting to tribe. That's the most hilarious thing today. That we must stop tribalism. Well, okay, we
Okay.
will if you will. So if you do, then we will as well. Shall we agree on
I'm
that?
mostly I'm always defending. Mostly,
Look,
I'm
look
just
at that.
defending myself here.
All right.
Defending my people.
Your people. I will made you king. Which people? Who are your people?
It's
Look
still
at
be
it.
the Voltron,
Look
defender of
at
the
that.
universe, have you?
Defender of the
Don't
universe,
you defend the people
Captain
too well,
Caveman.
man.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. So let's go on to Charlie Boy, who's been muttering. So Charlie Boy, you wanted to go. So final words, Charlie Boy.
My final was that if you want unity in this country, you must be fair to all regions, or it's Nigeria in trouble. You want unity in the South, that's the reason why there's no unity in the South, because we don't like each other. That's a fact, and we must stop that. Bye for now.
All right, our
Ijoma,
correspondent from
Ijoma,
under the duvet,
Ijoma,
Charlie
one
Boy.
man, Ijoma.
Huh?
Kachiko.
Ijoma. What's that? All right, thank you, Charles. So from Charles, we go on to let's go on to Babati. Babati, we're taking closing remarks.
All right. Today was even I couldn't get anywhere then, but yeah, it was interesting. But I just listened for the some part of it. But I think it's high time that the countries sit down and not confirm a sovereign national conference where each region will sit down within their own space, have a conversation, have a dialogue, and decide if they want to be, still be part of of Nigeria. And whatever they decide, they should have the right to leave if they want to merge with other regions, or if they want to come up with a new constitution or whatever they decide. We should have the opportunity to do that, and it has to be a binding sovereign agreement, because the current situation in the country is not working clearly, and we cannot amend a building that has a faulty foundation. So we have to go to the drawing board as a people and sit down and decide what we are as Nigerians, and forge a new constitution where everybody does not feel, or some people don't feel, marginalized. A constitution that does not allow the dominance of any other tribe over another, where everybody feels that they're part of something special or something worth dying for. Nigeria is not worth dying for, and that's not the country, in my opinion. So hopefully we can sit down, dialogue, and have a fair understanding of each other and decide if we want to be together. That would be the way forward. And it has to be a sovereign country or a sovereign and binding agreement where everybody sits down and decide what they want and the way forward. That would be my own opinion. We cannot keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. We've been trying all these amendments for years and it has not worked. And we also have to understand that's the residue of the civil war that we're still dealing with. You cannot just sweep things under the carpet and you don't think that it will still emanate and come out. So we have not resolved that issue. And I hope I want Buhari would be the perfect person to call for a sovereign national conference. And let's sit down as a country and decide the way forward. Good night, everybody. God bless.
All right. Thank you, Babati. So Babati is doubling, working, and joining us. So well done. They say men can multitask, but not Babati. He can multitask. But a man that can triple task, Meadowman, your words, closing remarks. Meadowman.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, everybody. Those who are listening, those who participated. It was an uncommon evening this evening, an uncommon session. Well, we all come here every day to scorn or to curse or to lament about Nigeria. And it's always the same thing over and over. We only find faults, and that is because they are mostly faults in our country. Now, we do that because we want to have a country. We want to have a better country. We want to have a homeland where we can go back to. And this is why we convene and talk about it, trying to identify the problems, and we are all proffering solutions from different points of view. About the coming election, I was hoping that this election would be a departure from our ugly past, at least in terms of ideas, in terms of philosophy, of the next generation of politicians or top politicians we're going to have. But it's not looking like that is going to happen. We have to contend with the fact that we're still going to have the same old cargoes, and that is what because these people keep coming back because we don't hold them accountable. They go there, they do whatever they do because they know we are not going to hold them accountable. And when they come back, when the time comes, they play the racial, the tribal card and the religious card, and we fall for it. Okay. Like CBD said, of course, Peter Obi would be my perfect candidate. I would, like I've always said here on this platform, I would renew my, my faith in Nigeria, my hope in Nigeria if I had on one hand Peter Obi and on the other hand Osinbajo as the two leading candidates. I think Nigeria would, if if nothing, be in the next 4 years better. Whoever comes out, I'll be satisfied with. Will be better than what we had in this past ugly years. So my people, let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's keep educating our people back home. And those listening and those who did not come into the room, please, if you can, thumbs up, subscribe if you're not, and so that we can keep building the platform and keep giving you the show you all like. Oh, I know you like it because you always come on to listen to us. Only that some of us are too shy to come on board. So that is it. Good night, everybody. We reconvene tomorrow again. Thank you, one man. Keep the good work up.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Middleman. So that's Middleman who's been spending more and more of his time with us these days, and we're all the better for it. So that's Middleman. It's not even Ete of Nigeria. The whole of Africa is domain. Ete, your final words.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Today has been a roller coaster conversation, just flying around. The thing is, we should stop blanket statements and saying things in support of the people that don't want Nigeria to move forward. There is no time in Nigeria history since 1999 that I know of that the North that we claim is one tribe has voted one way. We have, like for examples, the Yoruba has like 2 states in the North, and we can also vouch for other 5 states that would definitely vote in the side of the South if we pull our acts together. So we should stop all this, the North decide, the North decide, the North decide, which is a lie. The truth is, for you to be a president of Nigeria, you need at least one region from the other part, that is from either the southern part or either the northern part of the country. And right now, things are going to favor us if we come together to have an agreement. We Southerners, the Southern politicians, the Southern leaders, we need to come together and forget about this Yoruba, Igbo, South kind of politics. We need to come together and have a consensus to move Nigeria forward, and also come together to change some laws that favor some part of the country and not the other part of the country. Because if we don't do these things, Nigeria will just continue in the cycle of destruction and the cycle of complaining and the cycle of arguing and making noise. So we the Southerners, at least we have a progressive thought. That is, when it comes to succeeding and getting a better life, we think alike, at least, even if we don't share the same language, but we share that. So we should come together and force the North to restructure this country if we want to be part of one Nigeria. Everything has to be restructured, and every area needs to be responsible for its development. Because if that happens, it will show competition. And when competition comes in, people will want to outshine, and that will only be good for a country like Nigeria. So we should take 2023 seriously and forget about all these kind of it has to be the North. Oh, the North has structure, the North has this. If APC and PDP doesn't give us a Southern president that is capable, not just any Southerner, a Southern president that is capable, we should all join forces to show them that we're not happy and bring out a church choice. It is possible. It happened in 2014, 2015, which was just a party that was just joined and they got power. So it's possible for us to do that. We still have our allies in the north, although people don't want to believe that we have allies in the north, but we have allies in the north. The Benues, the Kogi, the Kwaras, even the Taraba and Co. Those people are going to vote for development anytime, any day. So that is it for me today. Thank you.
All right, well said. So that's Ete of Africa, articulate as ever. So that's Ete of Africa. So thank you, Ete. Hopefully we see you at the next session. So that was Ete. So from Ete, then the final word as ever, the mighty one, Ajanle Koko, close things off for us. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. I thank everybody that came on the platform today. Those that came on the that are contributors and those that are behind the scene chatting. Thank everybody. You see, Nigerian politics, rather Nigerian fraudulent political system, fraudulent political parties cannot yield any good result for the people of that country. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you are from the southwest, southeast, south, northeast, northwest, north central. The common people will never benefit anything from that country. The common people that we always suffer the failure of the country. They are the ones that will suffer the failure of the country the most. The political leaders are not representing you. They represent their family, themselves, and they have cornered all the resources of the country, the wealth and everything. They are manipulating and manipulated some to their advantage. So the only thing that can bring you the best country on your own, these two political parties cannot achieve any good thing for you. You won't get any dividend from it at all. Only when you have your regional party. This is what I put forward yesterday. If Yoruba have their own regional party, we know it's Yoruba party that we stand up for the interests of Yoruba people. Igbo party, South Igbo people party. Let every nation within Nigeria have their own party. And we put permanent stop to all this nonsense wrangling within the party. I want to be president, you want to be president. Then the party have to negotiate among themselves when it comes to presidency and other things. They will negotiate among themselves for all the strategic position within the country. The president will not have the sole power to put whoever he like in any position. It's going to be by negotiation and by agreement, coalition between regional parties. That is the only thing that can bring better governance to the people. And on top of that, we must have a constitution that can work better for every nation. We have to sit down and write our own constitution to work for us. The constitution you have in the country now is a fraudulent constitution that the military imposed on you, and it only works for the military retired bigwigs and their political corrupt servants. So Until we have that, regional parties for each region to work for each region and better constitution, that is the only, and we will align and work out, negotiate for national position among ourselves. That is the only way. That's the only thing that you can. That's the only thing that we can do that can make the politics work for the people. But as it is today, we all cluster within these corrupt two parties, and you see them buying from for 100 million, 50 million. So if you have brain, if you are a professor or you are well educated with brains, the door already been shut at you because you are not rich. You cannot bring anything to the table. So you are a dead person in that country. So you are totally been denied of the position of leadership, of the capacity to, change the course of things in that country because you don't have money. So you are playing money politics. Only rich people can be in position of leadership in the country. This is where you are now. So that is why we have been calling on you people. We have to think right. We have to vote against these two parties, vote for different party, vote for Showore is my own candidate, AAC. Vote for any other party you like that you don't see all these criminal politicians there. And then the problem will start to solve from there. Other than that, let me thank those of you behind the scene that have been chatting all the way from the beginning to this end. From the brother Gomez, the chairman of Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo. I thank you so much. Alessandra Akashi, I thank you so much. My sister Bonksma, I thank you so much. I thank Ask Google. I thank Ortiz. I thank Laditi. I thank others back there. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. Come and do your best again. And I thank those of you who are the listeners around the world. Please, thumbs up or like. That is what we need most from you. Thumbs up or you like this session. We want this YouTube algorithm to go far. We have to rescue that country. We have to take the country back. And the only way we can talk is when we share, we discuss about the country and, let's discuss and let's talk it out on the best way out. So, but I'm saying I'm putting forward my own idea on how we can do it. You can come and join too. And, it's an open platform. One man went to Mo, we let you in and you can bring your own ideas and the whole world will hear it. So I thank you all. And one man, you are the driver of the platform. I thank you greatly. You have done it the best. Today again, I believe tomorrow you will bring some good news for us tomorrow and we will trash it out here. One man, the eagle, we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Excellently put. So you see why Ajanle Koko always runs off the show. Nobody quite knows how to do it just the way he knows how to do it. So that has been the session. It's been a very peculiar session. I have to concede that. It meandered somewhat and it never really birthed in the way that I wanted it to birth. But it's still a session. When I'm doing the intro, sometimes I tell you that I bring you the talking points and everything else is just down to however it comes. So however it comes is however it is digested. Sometimes you measure the maggi and the salt, but then when you put it in, the soup turns up however it turns up. So that has been the diet for today. It has been a session. It's been a curious one, but somewhat interesting in its own peculiar way. So you do get these peculiarities. We do 2 sessions every single day. So of course, every session always different. So tomorrow again, it'll be another round of sessions, almost certainly different. So all voices welcome, by the way. But you know, it's just we want to have a high octane sort of conversation, and somewhat when it gets pedestrianized, it somewhat, you know, it affects the flow somewhat. You know, I don't want to label that point too much, but sometimes it just affects the flow when it's being pedestrianized, and you know, there's some sort of like a pedanticness to it, and then it's starting to sound somewhat labeled, and you know, a mute point is then the main point, you know, and you know, you don't want a mute point to be the main point. You know, a mute point is a mute point. You abandon it to go to the higher point. So that's the thing. But you know, an ever-evolving space, you know, but what do I know? I'm just some bald-headed guy that makes noise on the internet. So the noise continues tomorrow. Hopefully you come and partake in it some more. And as Ajanle Koko said, it's an open space. So if you are agreeing strongly or disagreeing strongly in the comments, just come on the screens and share your thoughts. You know, so have those thoughts challenged, and you challenge the thoughts that are subsisting. That is the whole point. You know, that is the whole point. You know, you see, everybody that you see on the screen on a regular basis, nobody is contractually obliged to be on the screens. All they just did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the first 10 that turns up are the 10 that you see on the screen. If 10 turns up, so that's just how it works. So if you hold views and you feel that you're able to present them in a way that you know that you are able to defend or yield, if you hear a superior argument, then all of that is welcome. You know, we want a robust, intelligent, but a civilized conversation. That is the plan. Oftentimes it works like that. Instances it doesn't, but that is the plan. A high-functioning, you know, robust conversation with knowledgeable people who are able to hold firmly to what they believe in, but yield quickly to superior logic. You know, that is the thing. You know, so as soon as somebody establishes to you that 1 + 1 is 2, then there's no point laboring anymore that it is not when you've already understood. So that's sort of a conversation we're looking to have, a high octane, high functioning, intelligence and knowledge-based sort of a space. That is the idea. You may well say that, where do I come in then? I just come in to come and open the doors and leave it to superior minds than myself, you know, to educate us all. So that is the whole point. At the usual protocols, if you have not already thumbed up the stream, then please do that. We've been seeing the impact in the numbers. So the thumbs up, the like button does work. And if you're not subscribed, then please do. We do this regularly twice a day. Round about 1:30 p.m. UK time is the first session, and round about 9:35 p.m. UK time is the second session. So you can set that to your diary and come and, you know, partake in the session. It can be the backdrop to whatever you are doing. You are cooking, you are cleaning the house, you are driving in the car. You know, on 2 occasions, people have come to tell us that they were on flights and listening to the session. People listen to the session regularly. The only thing I don't want you to do, please, when you are sitting on the toilet, don't listen to the sessions, because I don't want that image in my head. You know, but people listen, but by jest, of course. But people listen in whatever form, wherever form. You know, it's just it's a real thing. And the reach of the platform, you'll be aghast if I tell you how far the platform reaches. We've had people coming from Japan. We've got people in Afghanistan. We've got people in Dubai, all over Africa, the whole of Europe. You know, America, of course, we've heard all the Americans today. You know, Turkey, you know, where in the world, Sweden, you know, every single space we touch just from this portal, just some bald guy talking on some mid-market level laptop and just a bit of lighting. So that's the thing. But the organicness of the space is what actually propels it. It's a real delight. You know, say, well, where do you find the endurance? I just enjoy so much, you know, the conversations, the comradeship, you know, the friendship, the laughters, the arguments, you know, all of that intermixed, you know. So it's a real potent thing and a real thing, you know. If you want to know how I actually came on this streaming, I used to have all these political discussions with my wife, and she got finding a bit too tedious. Say, okay, why don't you just go online and make noise there? So if you fault me in any way, then blame my wife. But that has been the session. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.